Chat. How we doing today? Life good? Life bad? How's my mic sound? I have changed a lot of stuff since the last stream, so it could be terrible. But hopefully the balance is better. It sounds different, like good different? Like good different or bad different, Steve? It should sound different. Gay today and all other days? Good to know. Haven't decided. Great. I've changed some stuff. Hopefully I'm not peaking. Let me know if it sounds like I'm peaking, because I changed some stuff to boost my audio, but also hopefully limit it from peaking. So if that's happening, let me know. This is a bit muffled. Interesting, because it should sound less muffled based on what I changed. But let me hear myself. Let me listen to myself. You already peaked. Here. Let's listen. Let's listen to myself talk. Hello, it's me, Raz. Let's listen to myself talk. Hello, it's me, Raz. Let's listen to myself talk. Hello, it's me, Raz. You think this sounds muffled? I think this sounds so, yeah. What are you talking about? Here, I can change. I think this sounds so, yeah. What are you talking about? Give me a sec. I can change. This is how it sounded before. What are you talking? Give me a sec. I can change. This is how it sounded before. Hello, this is what it was like before. Hello, this is what it was like before. And I think this sounds more muffled. Hello, this is what it was like before. And I think this sounds more muffled. Whereas this, I think this sounds more muffled. This has a little less muffled. This has a little less muffled. Just a little. Just a little. All right, let's stop. Let's stop. Imagine the difference won't be all that much more. What do you like more? I think I like this more. I think so. The other setup I think sounds a little bassier. A little bassier, which is a nice sound, right? Where this is less bassy. This sounds a little more natural to how a person talks, which I think there's vibes for the other one, right? I think there's vibes where it's like, hey, let's get the super bassy when it's like late night streams. But I don't know, I was listening back to some VODs and felt like there were times where it was hard to hear what I was saying, and I didn't know it was cut over the music well. I also set something up so the music will turn down a little bit when I talk. We're just trying to raise the quality a bit of the stream. Found that one, dude. What does Control R do? Oh, it makes the mic work first try? Got you. Mic was already working. The mic was already working. Found that one, dude. You think you're gonna get...
Got him!
You motherfucker. Yeah. So I was listening back and I was trying to address some problems. One is I felt like the other one was bassier, which isn't worse, but sometimes just didn't get over my voice enough, or my voice didn't get over the music enough. So we'll test some stuff out, see what I end up liking. I also was noticing a problem where my audio felt like it was peaking a lot. And I'm looking at my shit right now and I'm in the red a bunch, which makes me a little nervous. But if you're saying it's not kind of getting peaky, then my presets have done the job. That my setup has done the job. But yeah, I felt like it was peaking a lot and then making the quality worse. And what else? And then yeah, I changed it so my music would just be a better level. and also get a little quieter when I talk so that it doesn't compete. So yeah, hopefully now when I yell, hopefully now when I'm yelling at you, you know, it'll be okay. Hey Andre, how you doing? Anyway, chat, how's life? Steve, thanks for the sub. Much love. How's life, chat? I like a bit of bass, but better balance with yeah. You know, nothing's set in stone. I wanted to test what a more casual sounding setup was like, and I think that this does that. You know, sounds probably a little more natural, which isn't necessarily a good thing or bad thing. It just is what it is. Will be better once I get this coffee in my system. Hell yeah. Yeah. Well, I just want to test some stuff out. Trying to improve stream stuff. Want to stream? I don't want to stream more, actually. Just want to stream better, dude. It's like around there. Here, let's see, Wisconsin weather. Oh, it's pretty warm. Wait, no, it's cold. No, it's Celsius. Why is it in Celsius? Why would it be in Celsius? Where does it think? It's like 60. Yeah, it's 60 in Wisconsin today, in March. It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. 72 in Arkansas. About to finish working? Hell yes. Started second semester of college, and I think this semester will kick my ass more than the first one. Well, hopefully it kicks your ass in a good way. And not a bad way. Who knows, though? Who knows? Just got the last vessel shard in Deepness. Congratulations. Scary area. Hard to navigate. It's cutting the audio. Dude, I did that last night. I hate it, too, because, like, I'll be recording and be like, oh, it's hey Zolty boy. It's always interesting, like when you realize you were so done with recording, because a lot of times, you know, early on in a recording session, if I mess up a line, I'll go back to the beginning of that sentence and start over. But when I get near the end, it's just all these fragments that I have to Frankenstein together because, like, I just can't be fucked with starting the sentence over and risking messing up. So, dude, it's so embarrassing because I'll be like editing it. I'm like, really, Raz? No second take on that one? You did that one and thought that was fine? Hey CSW. Hey Beanbot. Hey Edubs. It's bad. Listen to soundtrack about 100 times. Soundtrack to SWH. What's SWH? What's SWH? Why am I? Sayonara Wild Hearts. Got it. I have not played it yet. I need to. But yeah, I was cutting stuff last night. And I cut it. It's all cut. I gotta re-record a few lines. Maria, thanks for the hydrate. I gotta re-record a few lines. Also, like, I don't know. I think I realized it while recording that the last sentence I wrote for the newest video, like, isn't that good of an end. You know, like it not every final line needs to be some sort of utter banger, right? Sometimes a video just sort of ends. And this one definitely feels like I need to rewrite that. But yeah, 21 minutes, chat, is the raw audio of this next video. So it'll probably be like 25 minutes total. A chonker of a Razbuten video. And they all lived happily ever after. Yeah. I'm eating pea pods, just so you know. Dude, you don't even want to know, Steve. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. A good crunch is. Are we turning into an ASMR stream? Okay, mine was 2 hours. if you're in the hour 40, mine was 2 hours. I rewrote a bunch of stuff like during it. That's usually what happens is I record something. And then I'm like, I don't like how this line reads or sounds. Or I'm like, this actually isn't as good of a follow-up as I thought. So then, yeah, I'll spend a couple minutes. What I'll always do is I'll try to rewrite the line without rewriting it. I'll try to improv a line, pretty much. And then I'll forget what that line was. So it'll just be like I spent 3 minutes where I should have just stopped, rewritten something, and gone with that. I'll spend 3 minutes like workshopping a line. The Legend of Zelda series is quite good. Quite good. That seems a little, and then eventually I'll give in and just retype the line, and then yeah, move forward. But yeah, so my sessions get pretty freaking long. It's also I get a little too in my head about it. It's funny because I will like sit at my computer and read out loud a script, and I won't have like any flubs. I won't make any mistakes, But then as soon as I'm actually recording, it's just like messing up all the time. And part of it might be the pressure. I think the other part is I'm like, when I'm reading it out loud at my desk, I'm not paying attention to inflection, general timbre of my voice. I'm not paying attention to any weird mouth sounds that happen or nose sounds, because sometimes you'll get like a click from your nose. And those you can edit out in post, but that is annoying, I don't want to use a take that has some sort of loud, weird sound. And I also understand that most people probably don't care about those sounds, but I very much do and can't deal with them. So sometimes I'll say the same line 10 times, and it'll probably all of them sound like good takes. But to me, when I'm saying it, I hear like a, like some sort of weird mouth sound, and be like, gotta redo it. Have talking points and sort of filling content as I go. Learned that from giving presentation. Nice. GME stocks rising again. Seems like the wolves of r/Wall Street cannot be held on for long. True. Been getting better, usually 30 to 45. Yeah, for me, I think typically on a good day where I'm not getting stressed, it'll be like 45-minute recording for a 10-minute video. That's about where I'm at. Bunch of stuff on the ply, which is pain. Yeah, James, that is a big thing for me. Is I'll try to remember to rewrite things, but there are times where I forget that I changed a line, put it in, and then people will leave comments being like, why was there like a secret commentary in the closed caption? Is there a place to listen to your worst/funniest flubs? Not really. I don't really post that stuff. A lot of them aren't funny. Frankly, most of them aren't funny. Most of them are just me, like having a slightly weird mouth sound. With that said, the closest thing you'll get to it is I recorded a line for my friend Mitch for one of his videos. And it was a one line, and it took me 7 minutes to do. 4 hours of voiceover for your last 60-minute videos. It's how it goes. It's how it goes. Yeah, yours is on camera, so that changes things. Saying a line so many times it doesn't even sound like a coherent thought. Yeah. It'll sound like good takes. I mean, this is my job. Hopefully I can do some good takes. But yeah. So I finished editing the audio, which is nice. It's edited from 28 to 25. Nice. Flub light. Is flub a is flub a soda? You edit your own. Sorry, I'm crunching. Depends on video. I think last year I had 16 videos. I edited 10 of them. I think. Yeah, I think that was the number. I edited 10 of the 16. So it depends. Sometimes there's stuff that I don't think I can do well. Sometimes I'm in a time crunch and feel like it's more worth the investment of paying someone to do it than trying to fit more hours into the day than there are. But yeah, I edit all the gaming for non-gamer just because I don't know. I don't want anyone else going through the footage of me and my wife talking and playing games. I don't know. I like editing. It's just a time thing. Also, sometimes there's just things I'm not good at. When working with an editor, how much do you leave it to their creative vision? Or how many notes do you give them? Usually I leave it, up to their creative vision entirely. Sorry, I'm munching. And then we'll, just provide notes at the end of changes I'd want and, pacing things. I found recently what I like the most is to have things edited and sent to me without music so that I can score it. And then I can always change edits around a little easier because when you don't have background music, you can change anything really easily. So that's kind of been my favorite more recent approach, is have someone do like a cut of all the main edits and then I can kind of make some final tweaks. Add music for pace and stuff because I like that part. I mean, I like editing in general. It's just time consuming. The only part of the process I actively dislike is audio editing. But that I also don't know. I mean, I've outsourced that a lot, but I don't really like outsourcing that just because I don't like the idea of anyone having to listen to me say the same line 10 times in a row. It's embarrassing. Mitch has had to hear me say, really had to hear me probably say the same thing 100 times, dude. It's you can't do it. I can't deal with it. Soccer Boppers? What is Soccer Boppers? Hyper focused on Flubber. Flubber was a great film. I don't remember anything about it other than Robin Williams put Flubber on his shoes and played basketball. Ever happened that the editor you didn't expect ended up better than what? Yeah, often. Often. Most of the time, in fact. I mean, the editor I've worked with the most is my friend Jesse Grasha. And that was constantly it. He would constantly do stuff that, I hadn't thought of because it was so far outside of my wheelhouse of editing. And it'd just be like, this is amazing. This is an incredible idea. But yeah, every editor I've worked with has done something that, with, my script or ideas that I had not expected or wouldn't have thought of and improved the quality. Everyone says audio editing is the worst, and it's true. I have tried Jacob's method. So Jacob Geller, whatever. I assume you all know Jacob Geller. He will listen to background music. The background, he plans out the background music he's gonna edit in, while reading the script, which is not the process I take, but it's very admirable the way he does it. I've done it a few times. I did it for the Bon Iver video. Hey Frank. I did it for the Bon Iver video because I timed certain things to go with the music, so I wanted to the best of my ability to have my reading and my script reading be aligned with it. And I kind of did it with the Color of Corruption video as well. More with that one, I practiced it a bunch of times. I practiced it a bunch of times. Like I measured out the amount of time that section was before the drop, and then I just practiced it, wrote it so it would be about that long. And yeah, I didn't actually record it listening to it, but I planned it around it. Making a comedy skit where someone tries to order at a drive-thru. That'd be bad. Got hungry and my stomach made a growl. Yeah, I did yeah, that happens to me a lot. So I deleted all my bad takes, but then paid Mitch to mess with the audio. Smart. Hey, Toma, how you doing? Tell me when the link is okay to put in. So if you would like to put in a link, click that. Submit your video there. Applied to be a YouTube's editor, and he sent me all his uncut footage to make something. It was wild to be unpolished. Yeah, for sure. Having my voice performance be that planned out. Yeah. Jacob's approach takes a level of planning that I don't have. But that's just his process. And I mean, it works super well. Jacob makes incredibly moving stuff, and his voice performance is always on. I don't think I could do my video without already having it interesting. Yeah, you should. Pancake. Jacob out here putting good stuff out all the time. Love doing the editing more than the rest of the process. I've sank 18 hours into editing in one cheese. Stand up. Walk around. Hey, Muckle. I mean, I'm sure it's... Did you submit it, Zolty? Or did we go over yours already? Yeah, you're 4. You're 4. Did I say your name wrong? I heard the news about YouTube taxes. I did hear the news about YouTube taxes. I have a lot of questions. Obviously, it doesn't affect me. You need to record more footage of yourself narrating in the woods. Yeah. So okay. I love this starting screen thing. I want to change it. I think I want to get a new one. I think I want to commission a new one with some slight animations, and that isn't like indoors at a computer. I kind of want like a picture. I want me like sitting outside by a fire with a beautiful starry night in the background. Maybe some different video game things around there too. I think that'd be a cool vibe to look at for stream. I also saw a really easy solution to like the VTube thing that a YouTuber, a Twitch streamer was doing yesterday. It's just like a animated drawing essentially with some simple animations and a thing that like when it hears your voice, the mouth moves. I feel like that might be a good thing to try to do. Anyway, the taxes thing. Yeah, so YouTube is applying American taxes on people outside of the US's videos, which I like. If you, does that mean you still have to pay taxes on it in your own country? Commonwealth nations, that makes sense. But yeah, so are you paying the American taxes on it, and then also your own country's taxes? Crunch, sorry. Ready? Chat, you ready for this crunch? If you don't want ASMR, you can mute right now. A healthy tax. Weak? Sorry. Different for every country. Yeah, that's bad. That's bad, to be honest. Snap peas S rank vegetable. I agree. They're tasty. Easy to eat. Easy to prep. Some veggies you gotta like cut them up, wash them. I mean, you probably should wash these. I've not played. I played like half an hour of Enter the Gungeon, so I'll say I haven't played Enter the Gungeon. Plus, they snap. That sounded good, didn't it? That was a nice little snap. That was a less good snap. But yeah, the taxing sucks. That's bad. I mean, I guess if the Commonwealth countries are all right, obviously, I'm sure the majority of YouTube channels are US channel. Well, I mean, not the majority, but yeah, that sucks. I mean, I imagine it'll mess up a lot of people's livelihood or ability to have a livelihood. Well, I'm not sure like what is spurring the change, right? Do I know why? Yeah, Susan was talking to me about it. No, I have no idea what spurred the change. My guess is that they have just been eating the cost. Right? My guess is that YouTube has just been eating the cost. Or maybe they haven't been paying the cost at all, and the IRS was like, yo, all this money, you're an American company, and paying out money to all these creators, and no one is paying tax on it. So it's either that they were eating the cost before, or the more I think about it, the more likely thing is that no one was paying, and that the IRS is like, you can't do that. I don't know, but again, I don't know this. I don't know this is the case. Those are my two guesses. I would say the idea of YouTube eating the cost for creators is low. It's low. But yeah. So instead of paying the tax from their own cut of the revenue, they're making creators even outside the US pay for it. Well, I don't know. I imagine they pay their own taxes. I don't know. I mean, I imagine they pay taxes on the money they make, and they like that Google takes home. Ooh, throat sound. Hey, we're the good guys. We're the good guys. We donated Chromebooks. Dots from the EU tax. But didn't someone say that the Commonwealth wouldn't be affected? Maybe I'm wrong. Saw an opportunity to make more profit. I don't see how you see this taxation of house and apartment. The municipalities need to tax. Need tax developers. Developers just raise the cost of the houses by the same amount, so it ends up being the home buyer that pays the tax. Yeah, I think it's probably the IRS. That the IRS was just like, hey, there's all this money that's being made by an American company that we're not getting. Not confirmed, but you did see that. Interesting. Commonwealth was like, okay, fair play. Fair play and true. I guess I don't know what's all in the Commonwealth. But obviously, yeah. Plenty of European countries, or most European countries, wouldn't be in it. Mostly just stuff that the British Empire went after. Let's see, what's all in it? Canada? Interesting. Yeah, that would suck for European creators. And for Latin American creators too, which is a huge percentage of the platform. like a huge part of the creator makeup is gonna be so screwed from this. Some of the biggest channels are Latin American channels. That's bad. Not good. Yeah, I don't know. It's fucked up. It's a weird change, and I don't know why it's getting put into stuff. I don't know why. I don't know what changed. Hey, Scott. I don't know what changed. My guess is the IRS came a knocking, and Google's not gonna lose money. I'm gonna sneeze. I don't know that the Rain remixes are on this playlist. I just picked a random playlist. Worried about the bigger channels. Most could afford to move, but like 1 million sub channels are less than 1 million. Yeah. Not worried. Sorry, I read that backwards. Yeah, you shouldn't be worried about the big channels. The big channels will be fine. They will take a massive cut and then also have to pay a large portion of their future cut. Which is bad. But honestly, the big channels, the $1 million channels, the $1 million plus sub channels are probably making most of their money off of ad deals. Yeah, I don't know. Here's what I'll say. If you've been on the fence about supporting a creator who lives outside of the US, and obviously we don't know about this Commonwealth thing yet. But yeah, who lives outside the US, maybe a good time to jump on their Patreon page. Patreon poggers. And also, I mean, you can still jump on mine. I know I'm a US creator, but like, come on, you can still give money to me. I wouldn't blame you. It's perfectly valid and fine. But also give money to them, is what I'm trying to say. Any primers? You do follow tax treaties, but there are different ones for it. Yeah. Interesting. Hopefully this doesn't end up hurting people terribly. I think I saw Hamish Black, Writing on Games, posting about it some. The majority of his money isn't made from AdSense. Just like, yeah, the majority of most creators' money probably is not made from AdSense. A decent portion though. and losing 24% of that would be substantial. Wish Scott the Woz would start a Patreon. Well, here's the thing. Alec, did I see? Is it your birthday visa? Dude, happy fucking birthday. Chat, can we get some happy birthdays for VZ? VZ, happy birthday, man. I hope the day is whatever you need it to be. I hope the day is whatever you need it to be. And maybe that's watching me stream. So I'm glad I can provide that. Happy birthday. Here's the thing about Scott the Woz. Scott has made some pact with the devil to put out consistent content, consistent videos, and do really well. Granted, he's taken a little bit of a break. But let's look at Scott's channel. Alright. Scott gets, he has 1.3 million now. Great, good for him. Congratulations. Scott gets like 1 million views on every single video. Like, I guess a couple lower, but he gets 1 million views on every video. And he puts out like, alright. December. When did this come out? December. 2 videos December.
Hey y'all.
Hey y'all. 3 videos December. 4 videos December. 5 videos December. He put out 5 videos in December. What the fuck?
Yeah, I'll take the cigarette.
5 videos in December. All right. Sorry. He put out 5 videos in December, averaging around 1 million views per video. Like, and he never takes an ad deal. He doesn't have ad deal. He doesn't have a Patreon. He has a second channel with yeah, that does okay. He sells merch. Like, not to say that he couldn't make a lot of money doing a Patreon, and maybe he should, but he has figured out a way to do about 1 video a week, almost always get 1 million videos, 1 million views per video, and like just make kind of whatever he wants. Part of the point of a Patreon, not fully, but part of the point is that he has freedom, right? Like, or sorry, I lost train of thought. Part of the point of having a Patreon is you don't have to worry about AdSense, you don't have to worry about getting ad deals, all that stuff, right? It gives you freedom so that if your views don't get 1 million, if your videos don't get 1 million views per video, you'll be okay. Hey, BC. Hey, Shala. But he gets 1 million views per video. He fucking is killing it. He's killing it all the time. So I'm sure part of why he doesn't have a Patreon is like, it'd just be a way to get more money, which is perfectly valid, but it wouldn't really change the way he creates. But maybe it would. Maybe it would. Maybe I don't know how much money he makes. I don't know, and I don't want to speculate. But my point is, he does well. No worry, it's all right to be late. No, we're not watching Scott. We're just talking about him. Making fun of the like and subscribe comments and his character timed out in the video game. I don't watch Scott. Nothing against him. I just don't watch his videos. He doesn't even really sell merch. Profit. Oh, that's cool. Good for him. So how these review streams will work is if you type here, you can submit your videos here. I will do a random number generator to select which video gets picked. I'll watch it. If it's a shorter video, 5 to 10 minutes, I'll watch through pretty much the whole thing. If it's a longer video, we'll just watch the beginning, kind of try to get an idea for the writing, the tone, all that stuff. Do they have to be video type stuff? We've done stuff that's not video essays. I'll say, obviously, like, that's my bread and butter, so that's what I'm going to have the most useful feedback on. But if you make other stuff, I can take a look at it. But yeah. If YouTube goes belly up, it won't. You will want some other way to continue to make money. Yeah, well, I mean, that's why I'm trying to diversify. Yeah, I mean, you can post a stream highlight video. I can try to give some feedback. I don't know that it'll be super valuable. What do you think about Brian David Gilbert's new horror spook video? Great. Brian's amazing. He's an incredible creator, and like can literally do anything at this point, which is very cool. Very jealous of his approach. Very jealous of what he does and how he does it. YouTube is too big to fail. I don't know about that, yeah. Yeah, we're going to keep going the disadvantage system to give priority to older stuff. Have you watched any Joel Haver? Is that how you say it? Haver? Yeah, I've watched some. His stuff is very cool. It's funny. It's a style that's really weird, and obviously the animated stuff is probably his stuff that's popping off the most. But all of his videos are doing great. The weird thing for me is the first Joel video that popped up in my recommendation that I remember watching was a video he put out right after his dad died, and it's just him like sitting on a chair telling people that his dad died, and like yeah, I mean it was a very odd entry point, obviously, but like it immediately endeared me to him like a ton. Like it's just like a very, like, he's just a very real guy, you know, who also just has such a range in the comedy he can do, and as a human, and you like to see that sort of thing. But yeah, BDGs earn 20K every month by being your own boss. My favorite as of late. So never, yeah, you could too. It's good. He's good. His production quality is higher than most channels as well. Joel? Yeah, I mean, yeah, he does a lot. For sure. His production is pretty high. And also, like, the stuff that goes into the animated videos he does, I watched like a tutorial that he put out. Yeah, it's impressive. It is impressive. It takes a lot to do that. Less than hand-drawn animations, but a lot of trial and error, a lot of being very specific with how you film something. Super impressive. He deserves all the success that he's been having. But no, I mean, it is you're definitely right. Like, it's hard to put out high quality sketch comedy. Here, we'll get to the actual feedback. Let me show you one of my favorite channels. We'll watch one of my favorite channels. Watch a video by them. All right. What should I do with chat?
Hey, Chris.
Hey, Bernard, how's the eczema?
You remember my name.
And bless you. Phil, your car's getting towed. And phone in 3, 2, 1. Lisa, tell Mike to take your son out of the daycare center. It's a front for a meth lab.
Mike?
Hey, Jack. Hey, Chris? Yeah? Just curious, are you Groundhog Daying? Groundhog Daying? What? Yeah, like repeating the same day over and over again in some kind of like time loop. I mean, I felt like I was just having like a normal. I totally am. I'm totally Groundhog Daying, dude. What? Yeah, it's amazing. No way. No, totally way. No way. That's a real thing. Apparently. Wow. I have so many questions. Ask me anything. Have you ever won the lottery? Yep. Have you ever stolen a car? Car, tank, space shuttle? Have we ever had this conversation before? Yep. Have you learned like a bunch of like
You guys
cool tricks
recognize
and
this
stuff?
voice, by
Oh,
the way?
dude. 8 of clubs. Okay, Lost World, page 261, line 31. Go. You really can't see him, Dodson thought. The Tyrannosaur bellowed a ferocious sound. Yeah, that's cool. Dog barks. Ambulance passes. That same dog steps on a horn and drops a glass. Splosison, Denska, and Gordy. Hardest thing I've ever learned. How many people have you like met? I'm pretty sure all of them. How many lives have you saved? Like 20. That's it? Yeah. Have you finally written your novel? Yeah, I'll get around to it. Can I see the juggling again? Have you tried to figure out how to like break out of the loop?
Oh yeah, every day.
What if you stay up all night and just don't fall asleep?
Tried it. 6 a.m. I black out and everything resets. Same as when I kill myself.
Have you ever tried to find like your Andy McDowell? Like you learn everything there is to learn about a person and then like you show them your truest self and the two of you like make sweet, sweet love and you like wake up together in a new day.
Oh yeah, a bunch of times. It hasn't worked out for me yet, but it's a fun move.
Dude, have you Andy McDowelled me?
Oh yeah.
What? I would never do that. I am sorry, guy, not interested.
Really? Read that. Yeah, that would totally work.
What's the craziest thing you've ever done?
Dude, one time I skydived out of a plane with no parachute and I landed in an open shark's mouth.
Do you still have to pee?
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense. Sorry, I'm just figuring out how this works.
Yeah, whatever.
Whoa, what are you doing?
It's nothing, man. I just get bored sometimes. I've literally seen and done everything, so sometimes I feel like Westworlding.
No, okay, hold on. No, you haven't seen everything. You haven't seen this.
I have.
You ever seen me do this? Light a Roman candle.
Yes.
You ever seen this?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Ted Koppel doppelganger. Doppelganger gangbang.
Yes. Too many times to count.
Marbles. Cape Town. Cuticle. Flang and tap.
That's not even a real word. How did you
Punting. Pork belly. Well, never mind. Feet. 5. Oh, Tannenbaum. Oh, Tannenbaum. Okay.
Come on, man. Let's just get this over with. Do that again? One more time? Oh my god, did you feel that?
Feel what?
I can't explain it. I just felt something. I do it again? That was it. That was the last thing. I've literally lived it all. Every thought, every dream, every emotion, every feeling, every smell, every sight, every sound. Every single thing there is.
What does that mean?
It's done. Tomorrow's a new day.
Hey, Chris.
You, Bernard.
You remember my name?
But yeah, like, this channel, incredible. 114K subs. 114K subs. It's like the ideas of sketches and the budget of that, like just the production of them, really high, really good quality, right? But it just doesn't. This is a lot of subs, I know, but the quality of their work for sure. And I'm sure the amount it costs to film some of these things is way, way higher, which is why it seems like most, way better than TV produced sketches. Yeah. I'll link the channel. That's why on YouTube, the channels that do best with this sort of thing, and this is no insult to Gus Johnson. I think Gus Johnson's incredible. I think he's super fucking funny. I love his videos. But like, you know, it's like stuff that's easy to produce. It's short stuff that a lot of times, and he talks about this a lot, right? Is this idea of you just need a decent enough camera. And if you it's like the idea is what matters. And he showed what is it? Can't remember the name of it. He talks a lot. A lot. I've seen him talk a few times about I mean, it's just like if the idea is good, right? Like this is a 6.6 million viewed video. I mean, but like that one, I guess you need to have some sort of old broken laptop. But right, it's a single shot. It's an easy to understand joke, and it's quick to produce, right? And that's the sort of sketch stuff that I think does really well on YouTube. And I'll you know, we're not gonna watch this whole thing, but these God countries and God awful country, it's just the budget for them. the budget for them is a Miller Lite. And he just walks around his backyard with his mom filming, and he makes jokes, right? And the whole point is that the production of it is bad.
Some branches that I used to defend myself against my mom's barrage of attacks in the woods here.
Look at those tall weeds.
Perfect for hiding in. I would hide in these weeds. Want me to show you how I hide? You gonna check me for ticks later?
Yes.
Okay. Look at this and tell me
Right?
that's
It's just
not-
like, you know what I mean? This is the sort of stuff that I think, and obviously not anyone can just do this and be successful. It has to be a good idea, right? It has to be a good idea. And he just has charisma and great improv skills, comedic timing, and is just good at writing jokes and ideas. Like, he's a hugely talented guy, but the production of his stuff isn't that big, which is why I think Joel Haver, like, his stuff is relatively high quality, you know. It does this one.
I'm Duncan Crook, and for over 20 years,
You know,
me
like-
and my best friend Bart have been walking.
I mean, maybe
on
it's not
ice.
as hard as I'm making it. Just a fair bit of editing to it to like have it feel like the style, you know, some interesting camera movements and shakes. I don't know. He is definitely hitting this zone of being able to put out consistent, pretty high quality edits, which is definitely interesting. Algorithm helps a lot. I get Gus recommended all the time, even though I haven't seen any videos by him, but I never got the other channels. Got Joel recommended once, 2 days ago. Yeah. But that's the thing. It's like YouTube favors consistency a lot of the time. And here's the, like, going back to Gus, especially early Gus, right? Like, I think he put out a video where he's like the longest he had ever gone, and I think it's changed a bit maybe, but there was a point, where was it? I don't know. There was a video that he put out where essentially he was saying the longest he had gone between putting out videos was like 7 days, or like every 8 days. This one, he like, the longest he had ever gone at that point between putting stuff up was 8 days. Like, he would put up a new thing at least pretty much about once a week, but usually more than once a week. And it, you know, as what he made changed and it got harder to do that, I think his pace has shifted a bit, you know. But yeah, like, the part of the reason Gus is so successful is he has great ideas, but is able to enter, and early on was able to enter hundreds of coins into the YouTube slot machine based on the production of it and based on the consistency and frequency. And I think that's part of the thing with Joel Haver, is he has a pretty severe is the wrong word. He has a pretty solid backlog of videos. Right, that he's been making for years that are all high quality, that like all it took was one of his newer things. I think one of his animated things kind of popped off, and then people were like, oh yeah, cool. I have a whole backlog of videos to watch. And because it seems like he dedicates to that once a week thing, he just has so many videos. Yeah, I'm gonna review videos. If you'd like to enter yours, you can submit it here. Sorry, I was talking about people, so I missed shit. Joel has a video essay channel. Oh, that just an upload on. Interesting. Loves to recommend 4 hours videos I've watched. Favorite, like, yeah. Hey, Fashnik, how you doing? Nice to meet you yesterday. Do you make me appreciate the technical aspect so much? Yeah. BDG viewers watch this? Yeah. I think I get a lot of, I was looking at my stuff. I have connections to Donkey, which is surprising. But when I was looking at it, yeah. Viewers you have in common, Donkey and Hassan. Because my content is very similar to Hassan. Hey, Code. Oh, I already talked to you. Doing pretty well. Want to do better. I can put out so many videos. Do I have any advice to people who can't put a lot of stuff into the YouTube lottery? No. I don't. I mean, it's impossible to know what's gonna pop, or at least it's impossible for me. Some people seem to have a finger on it. I think ultimately you got to have a good thumbnail, right? That's going to appeal to a lot of people and interest a lot of people. And a good hook in your subject. But, you know, unless you want to form your content and videos around what's popular, which is also often a losing game, I don't necessarily have a great solution for that. Do you speak any other languages? No. No, I don't. I think ultimately you just got to make what you like making and try to find a way to present it in the most interesting way. Because here's the, like, if I had titled my, what became Gaming for a Non-Gamer, if I had titled that something different, it wouldn't have gotten views, or not the views that it got. I was able to get a really quick, like punchy thing that's easy to understand and gets to the heart of what I'm talking about. This chick has never played games. Yeah. Or like I make my wife play games for the first time. I'm not saying that couldn't get views, right? That might. You do see stuff like that being used as titles to some success, but a lot of times the channels that do that are like known as personalities, right? But yeah, Gaming for a Non-Gamer, what games are like for someone who doesn't play games, that was very easy to understand just by looking at it. It's an interesting enough concept, and it's all about framing. And like, yes, that's what the video is about. Can I submit feedback on my... I mean, when I go over feedback, we talk about all sorts of things. So, all right. So, just going over the ground rules real quick. How this works is I will randomly draw videos by using a random number generator. I will be using a disadvantage system, which means I roll twice and pick the lower number in order to favor people who submitted in the past a while back. And maybe I haven't had the chance to look over their stuff. We are constructive in our feedback. We're not trying to be rude. You all are certainly welcome to present your thoughts, both positive and constructive. Yeah, video you created. I'm trying to give people feedback on their work, not just random work. Yeah. And, you know, if you're providing feedback, remember, like, don't be a dick. And also, we try to hyper-focus our feedback on a few points instead of, like, throwing across hundreds and hundreds of things for people to work on that are just going to be hard to implement. I always go back to the analogy of, you know, in school, when I got back a paper and it had like 100 red marks on it, that was far less helpful than when there was like 5 or 7 marks of just very specific feedback and like, hey, work on these things next time. And then I'd work on those things and then get a paper back with 5 to 7 different things that I had improved and mastered the issues I had before. So that's what we're trying to do. That's the kind of feedback we want to do. Really enjoy your videos. Thank you. I appreciate that. So yeah, that's the general vibe. That's the plan. We'll watch a handful of stuff, respond to it, and yeah, see how it goes. So currently, we have 50 responses. So yeah, let's get going. All right, 51 responses. So 1 through 51, we'll roll it twice. Generate. First number 33, second number 34. We'll go with 33. I am error. I am error. Are you here by chance? It's fine if you're not. I'll still go over it because you submitted. Or maybe I should. Well, yeah. People won't always be here when I'm streaming. So. Hades and the Art of Failure. Nice. You have my attention. All right. And also, for those who may have seen, I have made a VOD channel. I've made a VOD channel. Oh, is this you? Is this you? Stess, is this you? Oh, okay, cool. What do you want? I can look at a different one. I'm happy to look at a different one. I know you probably submitted this a while back, so if you have something else you want me to look at. Hey, Lamhoot. How you doing, dude? The Carrion video. Why am I not seeing it? Why am I dumb? All right. Why am I dumb? Oh, it's literally this one. The first one. Interesting. Okay. Making a movie monster. All right, let's look at what you wrote. I like my scripts /writing/ideas. I feel like my discussions are nuanced and interesting, at least to me, which is most important. I feel like I have to work double time to make the video aspect of video essays engaging. Yeah, I read that videos are a little too dry and their introductions aren't good at grabbing a viewer's attention. Happy to bring academic discussions about games to a wider audience. In general, I want to make videos that I'm proud of and enrich the viewer's life. I think this is a great goal. Very good goal. All right. Let me... All right. Let me... All right. Just make that smaller because I still want it there. Hopefully this is a decent spot for it. All right. Let me know if the balance is all good.
You can tell a lot about a horror movie by considering who the film is asking you to root for. Sometimes we root for the final girl or some potential victim of the evil entity. We experience most scenes from their perspective, emphasizing their plight and identifying with them. We might be interested in the villain because their deeds are the central conflict of the film, but they are an aberration, their phantom more influential than their character. In other films, though, we root for the killer. A good example of this would be any serialized horror film, like those featuring Jason Voorhees or Freddy Krueger. We watch their films because we're interested in what those crazy villains will get up to next, not really because we care much about their victims as characters, even if they play a key role in the narrative. Sometimes this relationship can be ambiguous. We don't always know who we are centrally following, like in an action movie with clearly defined heroes to root for. One place where this relationship tends to not be so hazy is in horror video games. Because the player inhabits the position of one of the characters in the story, it is typically clear who we are supposed to root for.
God, that lady scared the fuck out of me.
Most horror games put the player in the role of the victim, trying to survive against a terrifying force, against all odds. Some games do subvert this, such as Dead by Daylight, where some players are the victims and one the killer, but even in games where the player is the villain, they are still recognizably human, somewhat like the player behind the screen. This is not
Oh, that was
the
Dead by
case
Daylight
for one of the
footage.
most
Huh. Is that like from a teaser? Sorry, I got distracted because I didn't realize. Okay. I was about to make a comment saying always show footage from the thing when you give a specific thing. Show yeah. This is the tiniest bit of feedback, but we're a minute 44 in and I can't think of a ton for the video so far. So there's that. Baby show gameplay footage not from a teaser. I thought this was Until Dawn for a second. It's a small thing. This is such a small complaint. Don't be bothered by me.
Interesting games of 2020. Carry On. In Carry On, the player controls a strange, red, amorphous tentacle monster trying to escape from a research facility. Since it lacks a name, we will call the player character the Creature. The Creature is clearly inspired by The Thing, but instead of taking the role of a scientist or worker like in the movie, you are the menace, which is gleefully fun. I'm fascinated by this little game. It is quite novel in an industry where controlling humanoids is the accepted norm. What I love most about Carry On is how much I feel like I am a horror movie monster as I am playing. There are two primary ways the game accomplishes this feeling. First, by emulating the cinematic language of horror films in its aesthetic, and second, in how the creature feels to move around and control, which is incredibly intuitive, delightfully brutal, and pretty unique as far as games go. Perhaps the most prominent way that the creature is cinematic in nature is through its otherworldly appearance. The creature is an unrecognizable horror, a mound of flesh and tentacles with no real shape. People have shapes.
Okay, here's my first feedback. I think this doesn't tonally fit your video. Right? I think you have a really great approach so far of, this. Your worries about being dry. To a degree, the video is just going to be it is just a little drier, but that's not a bad thing. Like, being dry isn't inherently bad. That is a vein of video on the internet that people are looking for. I would expect to see this in like a goofy video, though. A kind of again, pretty small complaints. I think what you want to do is have your production match your tone. You know what I mean? Your production should always aim to match your tone. And having kind of blurry, poorly cut out Ricky Gervais lookalike dude, I don't think matches your tone. And it just feels like it sticks out a bit because of it. And it's not just, this isn't me just saying get rid of this in the future, but I think start considering, like, what kind of edits do you see in videos that are similar to this? What sorts of things do creators do in videos that are in line with this? Which is kind of a more serious take where you're not really telling jokes. Not to say that comedy will never be inflected in any sort of way into what you're saying, but yeah, the focus is, a serious discussion of, the movie Monster and how Carrion is like the perfect example of a game that has you be that and creates that sort of sense. So I'd say try to in your production emulate people who do that sort of thing. I feel like a lot of times there is music. It is pretty quiet though. The music in this is pretty quiet, so it could probably benefit from being turned up some, or being used in a little different way. But yeah, well, let's keep watching. This is really good. This is really well written. And also, like, I do, I gave this little critique on this one pop-up edit. But I think your editing is like clean and smooth, and works to service the point being told, which is great.
Animals have shapes, but the creature does not. This evokes the image of a variety of other strange creatures from the world of cinema, in particular John Carpenter's The Thing, which, like the creature, has tentacles that violently take over other life forms. Its colors and amorphous nature also remind me of the Blob from The Blob, which likewise grabs and tears apart its victims, but has no visible features to speak of. The terrifyingly fast nature of the creature and its ability to adapt to its environment reminds me of the alien Calvin from the 2017 movie Life. As an aside, life scared the shit out of me when I saw it, and there's a scene from that film that I refuse to rewatch in preparation for this video. That's some primal fear. What's important about the look and feel of this creature is that it is unknowable, shapeless. Sure, in all these movie examples, the creature is extraterrestrial.
I think by the way, I want to say, I think your performance is really good. You're worried about being dry, but I think your performance and how you read is really good. You're able to very much like get emotion in what you're saying. It doesn't feel like you're just dryly reading off a script. There's more weight to what you're saying. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's very solid, and your writing's great. Right now, so far, what I would say is, the next steps are, as I said before, making sure your edits are always kind of servicing your style. And you don't need flashy stuff, but I think anything that kind of, evokes like 2012 YouTube, you can probably avoid. Because you with this, I think, want to go, or my advice would be to go with a very clean style of edit. That if you are having images come on, they should come on in a smooth way and all that. I also think maybe you could benefit, I don't know what 2012 YouTube means, just like having pop-ins of a person or a dog. I don't know. By that I mean that edit earlier, the pop-in edit, which seemed like, there hasn't really been anything else like that in the 4 minutes. It feels out of place. It feels like it belongs in a different video. So stuff like that, the other thing that I think maybe could help the pacing some, and it's a small thing and it's hard, is music. I don't think your music choices are bad here. I don't think they're bad. They're atmospheric. They work with what you're talking about. But I think music can be a really good way to build up emotion. It can be a good way to like lead into points and stuff. Not to be the guy who always talks about Jacob Geller's videos, but I think Jacob is like the perfect example of someone who just can use music in a way that moves points forward. So let's watch some. This is just my excuse to watch some Jacob. I'll use the example I've used before.
Bravo 6, moving to the first floor.
Is this game political?
Secure.
No.
I'm gonna tell you again.
Really?
Hey, no.
No. We'll just make the game. That seems insane. It seems insane to get political to me.
So yeah, it's just like,
Call of
and
Duty
granted,
Modern
this is the
Warfare
first time
released
he's
on
talking in
October
this video,
25th.
but like, he has this build up to the idea. He has it go to this big thing, shows the main idea title screen, and then, switches the mood of it. He very intentionally uses music to build up what he's about to talk about, and then to shift the expectation, and like keep the viewer off guard in what I think is a good way. And he does this all the time of just building up music to get to points and whatnot. And I'm not saying you have to do this exactly, but I think using music as a tool to push your pacing in a better direction is super important, because that can give a lot of forward momentum. All right, I don't really watch Tim Rogers. What would be a good thing to watch by him? Let's do this. I'm curious as how he uses music. Skip to the middle of Doom. Let's go.
Slow. Doom's fights aren't slow. Even when you're hammering a Baron of Heck 50 times with your pistol.
Pac-Man has a good intro. Claire de Lune, always a good. But yeah, I mean, this is a perfect example. Granted, he's not talking here and building up to a point, right? He's using music that's having a clear build-up, right, to introduce Pac-Man, right? You're feeling this build-up in emotion from it, to then, like, I assume that's, yeah, the drop, Namco, Pac-Man, right? Like, he uses it to perfectly introduce the idea. I think this video probably could have used something like that, right?
But even in games where the player is the villain, they are still recognizably human, somewhat like the player behind the screen. This is not the case for one of the most
like I just think of, like, you have a build up in music that comes up, and then you especially with the theme of the video, right? You have a build up in the music, and you treat the reveal of you talking about Carrion in the same way that you would reveal a fucking monster in a movie. Yeah. I think that would be the next step for you, is finding ways to use music to propel your pacing. Because where was the idea? The little too dry introductions aren't grabbing enough tension. The writing you give and your vocal performance, I think, are great. They are more than enough to grab attention of a viewer. But the third step, in my opinion, would be, at least what I think is important, would be some sort of audio to grab their attention too. Some people might say, like, getting great video and footage stuff would be good too, and that's not wrong entirely. But I think that writing, vocal performance, and some sort of audio hook are going to be three really big things. Yeah. I mean, I think you probably have. It's just about incorporating it, you know. I'm sure. I imagine you have the feel for it. Naked Jakey's game. Naked Jakey uses music really, really well. We use the same 8 tracks. Yeah. You can use music to bring back around an idea. But yeah, I would say that's the next step. So I guess the two big feedbacks would be, I think a simple, clean style of editing works really great for your work. So don't feel like you need to just add some sort of visual to add it, especially when tonally it feels different. And then, yeah, using music to push forward your ideas. You work double time. What do you mean by this? Just that, like, you enjoy the writing side of things? Overtly manipulative in a way that doesn't appeal to me? That's perfectly fine. I'm just curious. Oh, okay. You feel like you have a better grasp of it now? I like that Jakey's stuff is, his music choices are manipulative. All right, where were we? PhD student and writing teacher. Well, I think both those show in the quality of your writing and work. Yeah. No, I feel that too. I'm an English major who's always done video editing as a hobby, so that's kind of been the thing that I enjoy the writing part more, or I feel like I'm good at the writing part. where the editing part, I'm just like, well, let's go.
Am made of flesh, but I don't see myself in this creature. By being unrecognizable, the creature is almost impossible for us to empathize with outside of the fact that we control it. Yet, by referencing popular monsters from films, we get a sense of its motivations and abilities from those examples. The game's high body count and absolute carnage also make it feel like a horror movie. Blood is strewn against the walls of this research facility. The creature eats its victims with hungry ferocity, and the way its tentacles rip people apart with the simple wave of a mouse is happily gruesome. Simply put, this game isn't afraid to get its hands dirty. That's the appeal of the horror film, is it not? To shock us a bit with what it's willing to show us. By playing into this trope and featuring tons of bloody messes of our own doing, the game points to its horror film roots. A common theme in some horror...
Okay. I think I'm going to... we got through 5 minutes. I know there's 10 minutes more. But yeah, I think this is really great. And you've been putting out one a week. One a week. You're a PhD student or candidate. Can I get a hearty, what the fuck? What the hell? You're making me look bad. Great. I think it's great. I really like your writing. I think for the most part, your editing is solid and clean. I just say keep trying to elevate that, always have your editing meet your tone. Find a few maybe slick transitions and things that people do to add those to your repertoire. And yeah, consider the ways you use music. But I think you have a really great base here, and I'm excited to see more. I would say thumbnails could be shifted a bit. Yeah, I would say shift. Some of these I think are a little hard to read. Especially when you're thinking about like how small people see them and on mobile. So like this, I think this actually looks pretty nice. Like the freedom of Mario 64, you got the Mario 64 font, but everything needs to be like 3 times as big. This font needs to be much, much bigger. I think here, Prison Architect and the banality of evil, the orange, which I know is kind of in line with the Prison Architect logo, just kind of blends into this background, which makes it a little harder to read. Zolty Boy's giving, yeah. Zolty Boy, I've seen a handful of your thumbnails. Zolty Boy's got a great style. So certainly taking some advice. But yeah, this here, when I see this Breaking Stardew thing, for whatever reason, mentally, my head is not connected. Right? I don't connect the breaking to Stardew. So I just read breaking. Like, oh, it's a Stardew video. Where you want these two things probably to feel, right, like they have the same idea. This is a pretty solid thumbnail. Maybe I would change the color on the Earnest part, but, showing the games, having the title across. I would probably make the Earnest games a little bigger. And maybe change the color to something a little brighter. And then, yeah, this one, a similar issue, just text a little small. And because it's so separated, it feels like a little too much is going on. Usually you want like 3 things going on in your thumbnail if possible. Which like This one's just a little hard because it's like you have a whole image here where stuff's going on. You have a whole image here where stuff is going on. Text top, text bottom. So yeah. Which one did Hot Cider help you with? Spam risk. The Earnest Games one? Yeah, yeah. I think that's like partially the model to try to work off. For sure. Giraz is jealous because he doesn't have weekly uploads. Yeah, for sure. If I could have weekly uploads, that'd be awesome. But also, I just think these. I'm not giving it feedback on the thumbnails because I'm jealous. I think these thumbnails could be more effective. Nice. But yeah. I think let's look at titles. Karen, okay. Chat, what do we think about having video essay here? Does that, I don't know that this helps you. I don't know that this helps you in the YouTube system at all. I don't know that it gives anyone an idea of what you're doing. I would scrap it. Yeah. I think putting anything at the end is just really can only limit who will click stuff. So I would probably cut that from your titles. A small thing, but yeah. And look at this. Your top 2 videos don't have it. Coincidence? Ignore this one. Yeah. Yeah, I would start to cut those. Oh, it helped you get more views early on through interesting. Well, I think now that you have a bit of a base, you're probably better off without it, but that's interesting. I'm sure Steve has already put this in his watch later. I mean, yeah, obviously this will optimize your search. If you have video, right? Yeah, I mean, that's the idea, right? You put video essay in your title, and then the SEO on that will be better when people search video essay. But yeah, if you put that in your description, that could help. If you put it in your tags, that could help. If you put it here, right? You put it, you put hashtag video essay, you know, as one of these, that probably could help too. So anyway, we spent a while on this one. Hey, I am Eric. Great channel. Excited to see what you keep doing moving forward, and best of luck with your dissertation. Hopefully something in here was useful. I'm excited to go and watch through your videos when I have a little more time. All right, we've gotten through one. This is going great, chat. $44 and $48. We're in the high numbers here today. 44, Cat 5. Hey, I saw you in here. All right. Cat 5, you still here? What do you like most about your work? Short vid discussing a growing trend in gaming. Last video of effort I posted. So you before. Are you trying to make more videos? Have you posted stuff of low effort? Well, we'll look over it. Okay. Quality writing animations, uncertain about. Your goals: improve writing, create a workflow that allows easier video creation, game capture, editing, etc. Okay. My first tip for that point. If you want to increase your workflow, be better, be faster, not have to spend so much time capturing footage. Does he not even have it? Okay, it's right here. Go to Snowman Gameplay. Snowman uploads everything he posts, or uploads everything he's filmed onto YouTube. And as long as you give him credit, there's other places you can do, like World of Long Play and all that. But if you give him credit, you can use his footage. A bunch of people I know, myself included, I've uploaded one. Let's find it. Post their stuff on here too. Where the fuck is it? Is it live even? I could just Control F to find it. This is mine. I did this.
It wasn't even that bad.
This is me. Where's my credits? No. Where's my... Anyway. Yeah, go to Snowman Gameplay. Can have some footage for you there. All right, let's watch this video.
I consider myself pretty...
What song? Okay.
varied gamer, playing a mixture of AAA titles like Final Fantasy and Halo, as well as indie games like the Banner Saga or Punch Club. But there's a new genre of game that's been eating up all my time, and I almost consider it an addiction. Idle games. There's so many of them. Clicker Heroes, Idle Civilization, Adventure Capitalist, Tap Tap Infinity, Goldcraft, Mine Clicker, Bitcoin Billionaire, Idle Armies, and many, 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 many more. The basic premise for these games is that...
That was funny. I like that.
More. The basic premise for these games is that you click something on the screen, earn some tokens, and use those tokens to upgrade your clicking powers. These upgrades could be increases to how much value your clicks give you, such as making one click count as 2 clicks. But the big part of these games is the idle part. You can quickly unlock abilities in these games that will generate clicks automatically for you. So instead of clicking on something 100 times, you will have some in-game mechanic automatically clicking on stuff for you, which will generate more tokens for you to use to upgrade your clicking powers so that you can earn more tokens per second, so that you can further upgrade your abilities, so that you can earn more tokens, so that you can... That's it. That's the whole game, right there. So why are they so darn addicting? In most other
addictive
genres of games, there's some feeling of progression. In Super Mario Bros., you control a character that moves on screen, defeats enemies, and has varied levels with unique designs. In something like Clicker Heroes, you click on something a bunch of times, and then repeat. 283,000 times. The rewarding parts of these clicking games is the sense of progression you earn every time you play. When you're actively playing, you earn tokens for every tap or click you make, and when you're not playing the game, it's still generating tokens for you, so that when you next open up the game, you quickly level up your wizard so he does 1 million more damage to mushrooms. Yeah, these games can be pretty ridiculous in concept, but for some reason they're all really fun.
Yeah, this video's got great energy, right? Like the song choice, the delivery, the a handful of like kind of quick edits and weaving in some small dryish jokes in between. Yeah, it moves fast and yeah, it's got a good rhythm to it.
The first idle game I started playing was Cookie Clicker. You bake and sell cookies by clicking on an icon of a cookie. Eventually, you unlock the ability to have an army of cursors clicking on the cookie for you, and you can begin hiring crazy and varied workers to generate more cookies for you, such as a little old granny and a cookie farm. Literally a farm harvesting cookies for you. I played this game for a really long time. I mean, a really long time, with no payoff, no reward, or anything like that. Only my personal drive to generate more cookies was my reward. Cookie Clicker began as a bit of a niche game, but many clones of it arrived online quickly, eventually spilling into the App Store and Google Play. Mobile idle games have arrived. These games are still the same idea as the desktop idle games, with the benefit of being played anywhere. Now, I find myself constantly checking my phone to see if I can hire the next hero to defeat the unrelenting army of flowers. I find myself constantly checking my phone to see if I can hire the next hero to defeat the unrelenting army of flowers. I tried looking into the history of these idle games, and the oldest one I could find was Progress Quest, a very idle game. I played Progress Quest during the time I wrote the script for this video, and literally never interacted with it. You set up some basic parameters in a Dungeons & Dragons fashion for creating a character. I chose a half-orc robot monk, and then you send your character off to adventure. With
Thank you for
literally
the
no
hydrate.
further interaction, my half-orc Prorex entered Act 1 and started killing some basic enemies, and would then return to town to sell his loot once he ran out of inventory space. After 5 hours, he will complete his quest. 5 hours? Hot diggity! So because this game isn't as interactive, I don't have a strong compulsion to continue playing Progress Quest, but it is a small game that can easily be left in the background while playing other idle games, like Clicker Heroes. To summarize, there are many of these tap or clicker games around now, and because of how each of their progress systems work, you always feel like you're making progress and being rewarded for your game time. Needless to say, I can see myself playing idle games for a long time to come. Thanks for watching the video. If you liked it, leave a thumbs up. If you did,
All right. Yeah, okay. Let's go over the things we were saying before. Pacing is great. The music is upbeat and kind of tonally perfectly fits what you're going for of giving explanations of clickers. It fits the tone of your voice. It fits your performance in general. It worked well. I think in general your edits, while simple enough, were effective in what you were aiming to do, and got your points across decently well. I like, the cat could use eyes maybe. I don't know.
idle game.
I think I don't like the text choice, I guess. And this is a small complaint. I feel like here's a small complaint, but I think an important one. I think we always have to be careful about what kind of text we use to push an idea across, and what kind of things we add to text to make it look more unique and feel better. This feels like it's almost probably the default text option in Photoshop and whatnot. And I think you can do better than that. I think drop shadow could be good in making it look a little different, finding something a little more unique. This is a small complaint, but I think it is something that we need to focus on as creators, of being creative with our font choices and use. Christmas color scheme. Let's go. Yeah, gradient your text, so it's not just all this like block of one color. Yeah. What I'll say about the video is, like,
Needless to say,
what is the point, right? A series where will feature your thoughts on gaming as a whole as we talk about specific games. This is a quick bite-sized thing that kind of generally talks about. I have a Discord ping. This is not a this. Do you know how many servers I have? This isn't a ping. This is like just general notifications for every server I'm in. I'm not going to go and. This is just the default. It's a ping when there's a 1. I don't need to turn off the red dot. That's just what the Discord thing looks like to me. When I see this, sorry to get away from your feedback. When I see this, I'm not thinking I need to check Discord. My brain doesn't work that way. This is just, to me, the default state of I have no messages. I just have to deal with it. Anyway, I think a question that should be addressed and should be thought about is, what is the point of this video? Right now, you talk about how idle games work. That's probably about like half the video. I'm not going to fix it. So, peace and blessings. Anyway, what is the point? The first half of the video seems to be describing what a lot of games do, describing specifically what Cookie Clicker does. The second half seems to talk about another specific game that you played while playing other games. What does this build to? Right? What is the that's the question I walk away from this video is, what did I learn from this video? And personally, I don't, if your idea is to, talk about feature your thoughts on gaming as a whole, I don't know that you do enough of that in here. I think that like what we get is a lot of description of how these kinds of games work and a small, I guess, anecdote, kind of about a few anecdotes about your personal experiences with them. But like the deeper conversation of like, I mean, to keep talking about Snowman Gaming, like he has a whole video called Bad Game Design talking about idle games, right? Talking about how they're manipulative, how they're not like actually fun, and the problems with them. And that doesn't have to be your opinion, but I think you gotta consider a take, right? This video lacks. There's a bit of a take
for a long time to come. And being rewarded for your game time. Needless to say, now, and because of how each of their progress systems work, you always feel like you're making progress and being rewarded for your game time. Needless to say,
right? Like that's the closest thing to a take is because of how they're set up. You always feel like you're being rewarded for your game time. I think now that is where the conversation should start, but instead that's kind of where it ends. I think it should start with like going deeper into the psychology of that compared to other games, going into like, should you feel rewarded for these things, right? And like, why do I feel rewarded for these things? I know this was 5 years ago, so I'm trying to take all that with a grain of salt, but like these I think are the interesting questions to delve into and to have a conversation about. Is like, when I succeed, when I beat a boss in Hollow Knight, right? My brain sends all this positive feeling to the rest of my body because I have relief for beating it. And I beat that boss because I was skilled, and I get the reward for it. And that's great because I did it. But like Cookie Clicker lacks that. And so many of these games are about becoming automated. And really it's just about big number getting bigger. So I think the step of exploring like, I like these games a lot because they make me feel rewarded all the time. But like diving into the why and the like, the reality of it is like, should these kinds of games actually make us feel better? Because you're not making a lot of choices. You're not, you're just clicking a button and buying stuff when you can. There's not that much interaction. What's different from this and creating an animation of a progress bar that slowly fills up over time? But for some reason this makes us feel so good. So my point is, I think that this video, well paced, well delivered, and maybe you just want to do quick like glances at types of games to give people an idea. See ya, Shabcon. Shabcan. Have a good one. People different ideas of a game to expand stuff or just share your take. But I think the next big step is like, god dang, a bunch of messages. Sorry. The next big step. God, stop texting me. My mom is saying that I should if I sign up. My mom. Okay, let me finish this point. The next big step is to have a thesis statement, to have a thing that you're actually talking about, and not just a general overview of the existence of idle games. Because people know idle games exist. Who is this for, right? Who are you servicing by telling people about idle games without really, really diving deep into your opinions on them? Because it's like a 3.5 minute video where half the video is spent just explaining the concept of them and half is explaining some of your experiences with them, and doesn't necessarily dive deep into like the inner workings of them. why they stand above other games in your mind as like a reward center, and the argument of whether or not they should. That's my thought. I think that's the next thing to work on. I think your presentation is pretty solid for what you're doing. You know, I would say maybe a cool thing to do would do some subtle animations. I know you said that's one of the things you want to do better, but right, like have eyes to this thing. That's one step. Have eyes and use those eyes to change facial expressions every once in a while. It doesn't have to be like a it doesn't it can just be image changes, right? As you say stuff. I do a very tiny version of this at the end of my videos.
Helps other giving you good stuff to watch. Anyway, thanks to Curiosity
All right,
Stream.
this is not sponsored by Curiosity Stream.
Great day for watching.
This stream is
and
not
I hope
the
you have a
videos,
great day
right?
and or nights for watching, and I hope you have a great day.
You see,
helps other creators on Nebula, and it helps you by giving you good stuff.
but also if you want to,
Anyway,
you know,
thanks to Curiosity Stream for sponsoring this video. To everyone still here, thanks for watching, and I hope
right?
you have
It's just a
great
small
day.
little thing, right? Curiosity Stream, tell me more. Well, just watch the end of this video. But for $15 a year, you can get it. Yeah, it's a small little thing, but you just change a few facial expressions, you put them in, and it's good. Nebula and Curiosity Stream. Oh, wow. And I think that you could have that here really well. I'm sorry to add a fucking ad break into your feedback. I think that would be the next step. Anyway, I think that's the big thing I have. I think you got a lot of good stuff. It's just getting a bigger point, working on a few things to punctuate this. I mean, because look at my stream. That's something I need to work on stream. Is I just have this still image and I talk over it for hours. If I had a few animations that like moved my mouth, had me blink every once in a while, could make a few faces, that'd go a long way. Anyway, but yeah, I hope you get back to making stuff. How do you suggest implementing those movements? What do you mean? You just like, right? You have different faces of cat. You have happy cat. You have sassy cat. You have angry cat. You have bored cat. And when you are speaking in a way that's getting a point, that's trying to emphasize something, you choose the correct cat face. Yeah, just any movement, any changes. You need to be a VTuber. I mean, I want to add some VTube stuff to my stream. So, I mean, just saying, I mean, this person doesn't need to do this, but obviously it's part of their branding. So, if you're going to do it and you're going to cut back to this cat face a lot, you should support it. Anyway, good stuff. Best of luck. Haydux does it. VZ did it back in the day. Does it sometimes. Ugh. All right. 51. All right, 36 and 20. Mildly mild. Thank you for the prime. Oops. 20. The Jonathan, are you here by chance? Can we have a cat boy Raz avatar? No. All right. Might not be here. That's all right. We roll. I don't know where this person lives. They might never be able to watch my stream. Okay. Oh. All right. Let's watch it. Let's watch it. The greatest among us win Poster 1v9. Really enjoyed making people laugh, smile, and just a better day. When was this? Okay. Video flow and continuity as well as humor. The video listed isn't mine. Oh, okay. So you are the editor for the Jonathan. Interesting. All right, let's watch. So we're not focused on the comedy. We are specifically looking at the edit. Okay? So if the Jonathan's funny, do not give credit to whoever submitted. I don't even know who submitted, but we're gonna run it anyway.
Here we go. Come on, imposter, imposter, imposter. Please, let me kill some people. Yes! Okay, I need to kill Saruna. That's my goal here, chat. We're going to play it a little bit safe until we can kill Saruna.
12 seconds later.
Holy moly.
I like this bit.
Shoot, I gotta go.
True. Spell it wrong like the game.
Saruna, chat. I gotta kill Saruna.
Rock, why were you running away from the body? And then you ran back and self-reported? Are you serious? No, that was not smooth. He did it for sure. What the fuck is this?
Rock? You're muted, by the way, man.
Yeah, defend yourself. Unmute right now.
Alright, just vote him. He's not saying
Wait,
anything.
no, wait. Don't. We have all this time to talk.
He's not saying anything, though.
Yeah, I thought I was muted.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Yeah, good use of text.
Got red-handed.
Oh my god, dude. Get out of here.
It was nice knowing you, Rock.
Why'd you do me like that, man?
No one even focused that Link was dead.
Music is sort of, yeah. Ooh, that's probably a good point. I mean, there's different ways to use music. It's tough. I think a lot of times these have pretty I don't know. I don't watch a lot of these kinds of videos, but yeah, having some sort of background can help support what they're doing. You know, just like if you're trying to get across that there's an urgent vote, you know, or that something's awkward. Yeah, having goofy music there or having intense music could help. If you want to make the text pop, watch how Toast, Saikuno, and Ray. Okay, yeah, sure, we'll do that.
Doing the Simon Says.
I'm gonna do what's called a pro gamer move.
I don't get that joke, but maybe someone does.
Alright, what'd you see?
Saruna's an upper engine. Decapitated. I was doing Simon Says and then I went up and Saruna was dead. I'm having to solo. Chat. John, his Saruna. Dude, Saruna need to die. Saruna's the only other person who has experience with this game. So I will... And a view is next. A view is next. I'm killing him by experience, chat. What was that? Is that lights? Oh, it's oxygen. Shoot. No, I need to sabotage something else. Rock's tomb. No, brother. I need to sabotage something else. Okay,
how's he gonna win?
No! Hello? Who's playing this game? My tasks are getting done. Rock's tomb is trolling me. shoot dog? I just watched Billy murder a view above. Oh my.
Yeah, I think music would be good to help push the momentum forward. Yeah, I you know, I think I got some good bits that you add in. I think that to-do list was really funny. It's Sai Kuno. Oh, this is actually
Me and Ash, we got some professional imposters here. It looks like it was an early double. I was chilling, looking at bodies.
Yeah.
The thing is, we gotta kill Ray C next. Oh, Ash is already on it.
When I go to Sakuno's character, the big report button pops up.
I will say that 2 people were in medbay with me as I was scanning, Ash and Sakuno, so I think there might be a morphling between Ash and Sakuno.
But here's the thing. We just gotta kinda... Miko? What is up, guys?
So yeah, I mean that's one thing. You don't need to do this. I have seen this a lot on stream highlights of certain people. Definitely with the Among Us trend, is like your first 30 seconds is some highly edited bit. This might be a little much. Yeah, I don't know that I would do it this way exactly, but that like 30-second teaser of stuff that's gonna have things going on later. I think. It doesn't have to be 30 seconds, but just like a little teaser of stuff going on later can be useful. This might be a little over edited.
Is it Sai Kuno here? Okay.
It's also highly
What am I, the
effective.
detective? All right, here we go. Stay away from me, Ray. I don't trust you anymore. Who do we trust, guys?
All right.
Double.
Got background music. Yeah, adding some sort of background music. I don't know if Saikuno's playing this music natively. I don't think so. My guess is that it's added in post.
What? What the?
It looks like it was an early double.
I think he was looking at the detective stuff, right?
So yeah, I don't know. I mean, these are obviously super highly edited, but I do think it's a decent way to look at stuff.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's not Ray and it's not
They did the
Dream
texting
Fan,
in
right?
this.
You...
Together.
And then,
I don't know. You know, zooms on the person, that sort of thing can be good. Yeah. I don't know. I would say first step is you wanna do stuff to keep the momentum of the video moving forward. Keep it dynamic. Yeah. Music is often going to be a way to do that. Doing zooms, things like that can help with that as well. But yeah, I mean, it's hard because this isn't you, so I can only really comment on the editing. But I think it's a good start. You know, this is a good little bit. I don't know what this white... This seems like it shouldn't be here. Be careful with your PNGs. Make sure there's not a white line as part of it. Hey, how you doing? But yeah. All right, let's move on to the next. So yeah, final feedback. You know, do things to keep it dynamic, to push the kind of narrative of stuff forward. Music obviously is a great way to do that, especially as this footage that you were working with was devoid of it. So you had like, you have room to add whatever you want. And yeah, just some different things like zooms and all that beautiful stuff. All right. Random number generator. 40 and 37. They are so high today. The Scottish shoe. You hear? What do you like most about your work? Probably say the joke at the very end of the video. What are you uncertain about? I know that cutaways made it boring and the middle of the video is pretty slow. Get better and make more and different kinds of videos. Be able to make and write more funny and comedic jokes and improve my timing. Sweet, sweet. Imagine rolling high with disadvantage. The truth about iron. My first, okay.
What's up? My name's Shu, and today we'll be answering the question on everybody's mind. What does it mean to be the rank of all ranks, the bottom of the barrel, the worst of the worst, the cream of the crop, the most exclusive rank in all of Valorant?
It's update day?
Iron. Iron is a very odd rank.
First off, everyone just bunny hopping. You know, everyone's bunny hopping just like this, you know? Just bunny hop. Let's bunny hop everywhere.
You'll find many different kinds of players. From players so toxic it will remind you of Cheeto dust-filled 13-year-olds screaming the N-word in COD lobbies on Xbox Live.
Round lost? You guys suck! I'm on a winning streak and it's 0-2! Can you hear me? You guys suck eggs!
To players as innocent and nice as
I was worried you were about to get me in trouble. But that was okay. I was sweating, dude. I was sweating.
Timmy.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
We're going to pop some punk ass for blood.
Do you want completely silent lobbies? What's poppin'? Do you want the most unconventional plays in the entire game? Wait for the plant.
Yeah, so okay, you made the point in here. I know that the cutaways made it boring. I don't know that I'd say boring, but you have it's not necessarily the style. Obviously, I make videos in, but right, you have just
the bottom
this
of the barrel, the worst of the worst, the cream
momentum.
of the crop, the most exclusive
You know what I mean?
rank in
early
all of
on. You
Valorant.
have this momentum. It's just going. It's like edit, quick shot of meme that goes with what you're saying and pushes the point forward. And then yeah, we definitely hit this spot with these kind of cutaway jokes of like you describing the different types of lobbies that there are. And yeah, definitely has slowed the pacing down.
Wait for the plant.
To a halt. Hey, bye. Hey, Scottish Shoe. Did you hear me? Did you see the other stuff? Pretty much, I was worried you were about to get me in trouble with this clip, but we're good. What I was saying though is you have this really good pacing in the early part, right? Of like showing clips that go with what you're saying, and you do note this, right? The cutaways in the middle, it gets a little slower. You do lose a lot of your momentum when you start these cutaways.
Do you want the most unconventional plays in the entire game? Wait for the plant.
Stealing sight.
30 seconds left.
Oh my.
I don't know.
The hunt begins.
There's a person. I see a person. Oh no. We have an issue. We can't get in. Okay.
You'll even meet role players.
So yeah, I mean that's like 40 seconds when I think you need to have the line and then show the quick thing kind of happen. I know part of the idea of these fights, right, is that they are kind of embarrassingly long.
Oh no. We have an issue. We can't get in. Okay.
Right, but like if you went from, I don't know that it fully fits it, but you like say the most unconventional kills and then start the clip here.
Issue. We can't get in. Okay.
it's funny and it keeps the flow of things moving forward, right? But instead we kind of have these long shots that, are humorous in their own way, but it doesn't fit the flow of the video. It ends up taking about like 20% of the video playtime away from like the points you're trying to make.
You'll even meet role players in Iron. Watch this Omen. He really emulates the depressing vibe Omen gives off. Hey, I have a question for you guys. Do you guys think you should be in Iron?
No. I should be in, like, unranked because I'm that bad. Did I answer your question?
Yeah. Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, you do. Good job.
But what do
Yeah, that point too. It's just things going on a little too long. It cut it at. Did that answer your question? Right. The Happy Thanksgiving, like it's a funny interaction, but it's not. It doesn't help the video, right? But a great bit. That kid's hilarious, and you pulled like the perfect response out of him. Very funny.
Their rank. Do they really deserve to be the rank they're in? Do you guys think you should be in Iron?
I'm not in there. Me and Monster both were in bronze, and then we like got demoted. But I'm a silver 3. I just on alt account trolling. I was throwing games, but I mean, me and Monster are like bronze 2s or so.
Do you guys think you should be?
All right. My advice here: use a different text. Few bits of advice. Use a different text here. Add some sort of gradient or drop shadow. Maybe have it so it's not over the characters, because like I know what this says because I can read, but like you lose the some of the U and the N in the O and the U in these characters who are white. It's just harder to read. Small thing, but could be helpful. Also, why is this just how you recorded it? Do you have like a 1920 by 1200 monitor or something? 16 by 10 monitor? Yeah, I would say, yeah, it's weird. I used to have that problem a lot too. So I would often zoom in my footage. So it sometimes would cut off a bit of the top or the bottom, but usually not in a way that's super bad. And then sometimes I would just start capturing in 16 by 9. Like I would just have the set to 16 by 9 when I was recording. But yeah, it is what it is.
Be an Iron.
I'm smurfing.
Yes,
okay.
I should be.
So, Reaper is actually, that's my account. That's my Smurf account. And then I'm on...
yeah, I agree. Zooming in on the avatars when they're speaking. You did that a bit earlier, but doing this section would be good too.
Reaper's account right now. It's very confusing, but I'm in like silver to gold range. So...
Yes, I'm pumped. I dropped from bronze too because I keep on getting bad teammates.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get my friend into bronze.
Wait.
Do you think you should be an Iron?
No. Hardcore, yes.
No. I'm gonna be honest, no. I've been trying and trying. I've been in Iron for fucking a month and a half now.
I guess the Omen role players are getting better. Alright, now let's talk about the players. What causes them to be in the rank they're in? Many will say Smurfs or bad teammates, which is a key tactic in staying in Iron.
If you have your script written, post it in closed captions.
You see, scientists have recently discovered a new disease called rank syndrome, where players think that they are much better than they actually are and believe they are being unfairly placed in a lower rank with worse players. Some players will tell you to get good, or put more hours in, use an aim trainer, or just quit the game entirely. But the real way to get out of low elo hell is to lie to your parents.
Careful.
I'm almost done, Mom.
So again, yeah, it's just about knowing when to start the clip, right? I think you say line to your parents. He says something about mom. You don't fully know, but then he hits the.
Done, Mom.
That's where the clip should start. I'm almost done, Mom. You just gotta quicken up your pace a bit because you have the pace hot at the beginning, but I think sometimes you're putting too much of the clip, more than you need, and if you just have it moving faster, that'd be good.
Hey guys, before I end the video, YouTube law requires me to say that only 0% of my viewers are subscribed to my channel. So if you like the video, consider unsubbing and disliking. Oh, and I have a Twitch, so you can go follow me at twitch.tv/.
Hey, no free. Anyway, don't feel bad about promoting yourself, by the way. Go hard. Yeah, I think that's funny. I think you like have a good dry humor style. The best parts have a really good pace to them, and it's just about cutting down the other parts to be the joke, and then also to highlight the joke better, right? So zooming in on each person when they're talking would help, and then maybe you could do some slightly funny things around it, adding. I don't know. I don't have the funny things you could add, but you could just do some stuff to like highlight the things that they say. What else? I mean, it's all about what you want to do. This is not a good title for what you're doing. I don't think you have a good title or thumbnail. Because I think a lot of people who play Valorant would want to watch this. I don't know anything about the fucking game, so it's not made for me. I'll plug myself all the time. But yeah, I think the better title would be along the lines of like no one deserves to be an iron. Or you know what I mean? Like just something along those lines. Like not about the truth about iron, but just like making it clear that this video is about people who won't accept the fact that they're an iron. And yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Having a thumbnail to go with that. A funny little thing. I don't know also like what you're aiming for, if it's just mostly just for funny goofs and gags, and I think that's perfectly fine. But maybe bring it around, having like a more solid point about like I don't know, making a comment or joke about like, look, no one thinks they deserve to be an iron, but someone has to be. It's all about what you want to do. Yeah. You don't need to do that suggestion. It doesn't need to have some grandiose point, but I do think maybe bringing it back around to be like everyone, making a point that everyone wants to be seen as good or wants to feel like they deserve more. But it's okay that they don't. Like someone has to be iron. POV, your heart stuck in iron. Yeah, that'd be fun. That'd be a good title. But yeah, no, I think you got a 20 subs. Can we imagine? 20 subs. Excuse me. I think you got a good comedic tone, and it's just about cutting your stuff down to be a better pace. Do I do these every Tuesday? No, I'm doing these like once a month. I'm doing these once a month. Don't want to overdo it. Don't want to do it too often. These P's coming back up. Imagine. Hesitant Hilda, what does a Control R do? It allows you to go through. Oh, I can get through the whole list. Fuck yeah, let's go. Why? Why would you? What? Why would you think that I didn't have that planned out from the start? Think I don't pay attention? Think I don't know all your control-R-ing ways? Shake my damn head. Shake my damn head. All right. Chet, I have to urinate. Did you need to know that? Maybe. This is your official moment for a bathroom break. I'm gonna go take one. You're allowed to as well. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go dehydrate so that we can go hydrate. All right, I will be right back. Imagine. Oh, I didn't sub. Imagine. I'll give you the tips Rez want. Time to go live, Pine. Time to go live, dude. Honestly, though, Scottish U, Pine could probably give you much better advice on this sort of video than I could. Because I feel like this is, I mean, not exactly, but it has some vibes of the old Pine. Are you gonna do checkups? I don't know, maybe. Yeah, I've reviewed like 40. I've reviewed a lot. All right, let's continue. Let's continue. Thank you, Scottish Shoe. Best of luck. Keep making stuff. You got a good style. Got good dry humor. I am fan. All right. 49. We roll 7. 20. A 7, baby. Let's go. Pim. Is Pim here? I rolled twice because I do disadvantage because I want to try to favor older stuff. All right. Pim, well, when you're watching this, hope you enjoy. What do you like most about your work? I know I like my work, but part of the problem is that I'm not entirely sure about what my strengths as a video essayist actually are. I like to think that I'm good at presenting convincing points and that I'm at least somewhat funny at times, but when I watch my own videos, it's honestly hard to point out what parts I find are the best. I feel that. Yeah, I feel that. It's so hard to identify strengths in your own stuff. Yeah. Hopefully we can help lay that out for you. I'm trying to tread into making more long form stuff, although since it's kind of new ground for me, I'm not completely sure that I've got the pacing down. If I'm dragging on too much, and above all, if I'm able to keep people interested from beginning to end. All fair. I kind of hope that you jump in, because
I'm fully aware that
I imagine you might want me to look at something newer. But yeah, fork, nice. All right, I have actually I have clicked. I guess I just clicked this. Pim, I've actually not watched any of your videos. I've seen some of them shared, but then I saw you submitted to this, so I was gonna wait
that this video might
to for you to come up in here. This video popped out. Five Nights at Freddy's. Of course it popped. I need to make a Five Nights at Freddy's video. All right, let's watch.
I'm fully aware that this video might make some people seriously question my credibility as a critic of most things horror, but this has to be said. The Five Nights at Freddy's series has gotten a lot more crap than it deserves, and the fourth game in particular is one of the best horror games of the past decade. No, really. If you haven't already stopped the video, thank you for hearing me.
Okay, I want to watch your...
for hearing me out, but I do have a bunch of the best horror games of the past decade. No, really. If you haven't already...
Okay, this is gonna sound super lame.
Really? If you haven't already...
I think it's 2 seconds too long. This is the smallest, dumbest complaint. I think it's 2 seconds too long. I think this is a great effect. It's cool. I think it's a great way to get your name out there. You kind of have the cold open. You show this. I feel like it should definitely end by that third one, maybe one before that. And obviously it's so short, it's still like a 5-second thing, but I think 3 seconds. 3 seconds is about what you want it to be. It's a small thing, and I don't know exactly how you go about shortening it, but I would say move it from 5 to 3.
Of the past decade. No.
Stuff like that, especially near the beginning. Yeah, if it feels a little off, and if I feel like I'm waiting just a little bit too long for stuff.
Really?
Like, I honestly...
Decade. No, really?
Like, I honestly would have it be that long. 2 seconds. Show your name, maybe hold it for a bit, and then have the second one to edit it out. At the very most, this. At the very most, one more.
If you haven't already...
That's how I would do it. Which you know, this is such a small thing. I obviously know your work is so much grander than this. But yeah, I think that could help the early pacing. It's just a quick thing. This is who I am. A quick thing. Back out. Gets your branding there. Doesn't slow the pace of things and all that.
Stop the video. Thank you for hearing me out, but I do have a bunch of things I feel I have to cover before I get to the actual point of this video, which is, and I'll reiterate, that Five Nights at Freddy's 4 is an underappreciated masterpiece. Just a short warning though, I will be showing scenes containing jump scares. However, I've removed the sound in an attempt to make them less scary. There will be no other kind of jump scares apart from that, I promise. With that out of the way,
I was positive you were about to hit me with a jump scare.
okay, let us begin with part 1, knowing your limitations.
Like this very clean, blurred red text with what. This is great. I like your style a lot. I think timing stuff in interesting ways to how you're talking. It's simple. It's not flashy, but that's perfect. I think that's great. It just feels clean. You can't see it, but I'm giving a thumbs up.
In 2013, artist Phil Hansen held a TED Talk where he spoke about how he started developing tremors in his hand while studying at art school. His response was to simply start holding his pen tighter, which only made the tremors worse and ultimately resulted in permanent nerve damage. Eventually, he could barely hold anything, let alone a pen. This was understandably devastating for him. He dropped out of art school, believing he wouldn't be able to make art ever again. But several years later, during a neurologist appointment, he was asked a very simple, but perhaps the single most important question of his whole career.
Why don't you just embrace the shake?
By switching from making his signature tiny dots into squiggly lines, and then evolving even beyond that, Phil was suddenly able to make art again. It wasn't the kind of art that he had originally...
really like your choice in this video. I obviously I haven't watched everything, and you kind of switch between it, but your choice to have this red kind of blown up version of the footage behind it, because you could just have this be full screen, obviously, it's 16:9, but this choice you made of having the red outline while you're talking about a horror masterpiece, just a very good idea, right? Like, it makes me uneasy. Right, watching it makes me uneasy. Yeah,
envisioned
cool.
doing.
I like that.
But by changing his approach and taking this new, unexplored path, he wasn't just doing something that was better for his own well-being. He was doing something that actually might have improved the quality of his art overall. I think about that phrase a lot. Embrace the shake. Throughout the years that I've been reviewing video games for various outlets in my home country of We Made More Than IKEA land, all too often I got my hands on games that were made by people who, like Phil Hansen, decided to hold the pen tighter rather than acknowledging their own limitations. A very recent example is the 2019 game Only After, a clear attempt to make a narrative-driven game in the style of Heavy Rain or Life is Strange.
We should all steal this. Honestly, I think so. I genuinely think it's such a small idea, but is a great way to push stuff forward.
But it fails almost spectacularly because of awkward dialogues read by people who struggle to deliver them convincingly while portraying characters that look awful even when compared to games that were released 20 years ago. There's even a scene where a character has to interrupt their villain monologue to excuse how his seemingly French accent is actively ruining the monologue.
Lust. The same impulse that makes us forget our own morality. Of course, my accent is not the best to make it sound right, but I'm sure you get the idea.
Flaws can be kind of charming. They can inject some personality into a game, and even enhance the overall experience in some cases. But unless you're trying to make some kind of statement about game design by making something that deliberately feels uncomfortable or even straight up bad to play, it might be safer, and most importantly, better, to not risk making something awful by aiming higher than you're probably capable of reaching. This brings us to game developer, animator, writer, and man who will be responsible for my inevitable heart attack, Scott Cawthon. Scott's story is not too different from Phil Hansen's, except instead of making pointillistic art, Scott made low-budget films and...
Can we talk about how much this color overlay, it's like the simplest solution, but it's like fucking brilliant. I'm sure I've seen other people do it like this, but I don't know. Yeah, it's a good choice. It's so good. It's such an elegant fix to and I mean I like that you did it on stuff. I like that you switch between spaces. You know, you don't always have it. It's all about when it'll serve a certain function. But it's a good way to be able to weave together different sized footage while still being under the same tone, because that's certainly a problem I've had before, where it's like I'll have something 16:9 and then it'll cut to something 4:3 and it just like feels weird. Try that. Yeah, it's a good recommendation. I mean, I know I definitely know some people just have like borders for stuff. And I've definitely seen Perry do that, which I think his art software that's really, really, really great too. Obviously, something he got made specifically for channel. But yeah, just a simple color overlay. Anyone can do this.
Video games aimed
Smart.
at children,
Smart.
often with a specific.
I'm gonna steal this idea. I've learned from you, Pim. Pim, I'm supposed to be giving you feedback. Hey, Dave.
Christian message. This was clearly something Scott enjoyed doing and believed in, because he made a lot of these, but all of them were financial failures. And it might not be too hard to see why. He wanted to keep going, but to support himself and his family, Scott had to take jobs in web design, computer programming, and even truck driving.
Pim, how you doing? It's you, yeah. We're about 4 minutes in. I can try to give you the TLDR of what I've said so far. First thing, your use of using the like reflection of the footage you're showing with the color overlay, brilliant. It's such like a simple, elegant solution that looks so good and also tonally creates this feeling, especially in this video that's all about horror games, this feeling of unease. It's so smart and I'm stealing it. So you've given me more feedback than I've given you. Have I had any suggestions? Oh, the other thing, I think your intro goes on a little too long. I think, here, let's go back to it. While you're here, we already talked about it a bit at length, but just while you're here, so you don't have to scrub through everything.
No, really.
I think that should be it. I think it. I mean, it doesn't have to be that animation, but I think that should be the length. 2 seconds of show Pim is online, and then go back. Because this,
if you haven't, already...
yeah. I feel like yes, it's only 4 or 5 seconds. But you probably want to be in the 2-3 second range, especially in the first 30 seconds. Anything that gives people a moment to like stop thinking about what you're talking about, it might risk losing attention. And it's because our brains are bad. The internet has made my brain bad and hard to focus. Anything else? Mostly I've just been complimenting your work, which I know is something that you identified as like... you don't know what's always good about your work. I think your edits are smooth, simple, you know, and that's not a bad thing at all. Smooth and simple, clean, and look good for what you're aiming to do, which is very, very great.
Fucking hell. Around this time, people were starting to take notice of one of Scott's games.
Changed the intro recently? Okay. Do you want me to be looking at this one? I mean, we've already looked at a couple minutes. If you'd like me to jump over to something more recent, I'm happy to do that.
Chipper.
Just let me know. One thing, yeah, I don't think it was here when you filled it out, but also if you have a moment to let me know what are your goals in general, that'd be great. All right, I'll keep watching this then if you don't have a specific thing. Today sound dragging too much, and above all, keeping people interesting from beginning to end. Cool.
and Sons Lumber Company. It wasn't being praised, though. Quite the opposite, in fact. It was ridiculed. Perhaps most notably by video game critic and YouTuber Jim Sterling, who had quite the sizable audience even back in 2014, when Scott tried to have the game published through Steam Greenlight, while that was still around. This could have been the final straw, but instead, this was when Scott had his Phil Hansen moment. His Embrace the Shake.
I'd made a family-friendly game about a beaver before, but it was criticized online. People said the main character looked like a scary animatronic. I went into a pretty deep depression and was ready to give up game making. Then something in me snapped, and I thought to myself that I bet I could make something a lot scarier than that.
His response to the critics was, of course, the very first Five Nights at Freddy's, or FNAF for short. And this game blew the fuck up. Thanks to games like Amnesia: The Dark Descent and Slender: The 8 Pages, the indie horror trend started to really take off during the first half of the 2010s. But it wasn't just because of the games themselves, but the people who played them. People loved watching Let's Players get scared shitless by spoopy video games. So much so that it boosted not only the careers of several video game developers, but also the careers of several YouTubers. And on the behalf of Sweden, I would like to say that we are terribly sorry about that. Five Nights at Freddy's was, and still is, a good game in its own right, but its success was probably mostly based on being released in the right place at the right time.
Okay, one thing, we'll watch a little bit more of this, but, I won't be able to watch the full thing on stream, but I'm excited to go and binge a lot of your content, or your videos. I gotta not treat it like the YouTube machine that it is. I think I really you were saying one of your worries was about it being entertaining the whole way through. I think you do a really good job. And granted, we're only 6 minutes in, so who knows how much some of these things that feel like they're going to be overarching themes continue through. It seems like you do have them going through it, but right, that idea of embrace the shake, right? That is the theory behind this video. It is that concept of, instead of trying to hold on tighter to what you had before, learn to pivot and be okay with pivoting. And I like how, you have that coming back as kind of a through line through this. I think having those elements, right, of those ideas that continue throughout your video, create something for people listening to latch on to. And that's very, very good. And I don't know if you've upgraded this since. I think, and maybe people could give me better advice on this. I feel like your live action, I don't know that I like the downward angle. I don't know the best way to do good live action shots, but I think you should incorporate them. But I feel like, for whatever reason, the framing of this, and maybe it's that the Blue Yeti's in frame, it just feels like, and maybe it's an intentional choice, almost like claustrophobic. I think I'd rather see no microphone in picture and you just more directly facing the camera. Honestly, for the video, it's a bit good that it is a threatening angle, I suppose. I don't know. I don't know that you want the artifice that you're making. Okay, it's not that the down angle is bad. I should take away that the down angle is bad. I think, though, maybe further back, maybe a little further back, and no microphone in shot. But that's just my preference, because then it just gives you a little bit more to work with, in terms of being emotive and in terms of your own performance. Because when you have a microphone, which I know you want good sound quality too, but I also think people usually are okay with the slight differences that will happen in live action stuff. Angle is really bad. Phone on a tripod so I can switch angle. Yeah. I mean, I just think the downward angle is fine itself. Because I know from me taking pictures in general, a higher angle where I'm looking up looks better. I look better. I think it's a flattering angle. But yeah, having it where just having it, I guess, be more set up for you performing, right? Like, because that's what I think great live action shots are, is like it's part of the performance. And where was I? Whatever. We'll start about here when we come back into it. It's part of the performance. So having things like the microphone out of the way, having a little more space to emote and move hands and whatnot, instead of feeling kind of contained and locked in, I think would benefit a bit. Of course, everyone's limited by the things they have, and that might not be a super great option for you or doable option for you at this moment. So I get that. But I think that would be kind of the next step for the live action stuff is, working on it so it feels more performance instead of, because right now it feels like we're cutting to you recording your script, when I think they should be used for pushing forward your idea and being part of the performance. And yeah. I'm obviously not a master of live action shots though. So I don't necessarily, I guess, take everything I say. Hold up a minute. Hello, I'm doing well. Oh, hi, Market. How you doing? Thanks for stopping by. But yeah, we'll watch a little bit more of this. This is a great video. I think you do a really great job with this. I like your style. It's like clean edits, an interesting point. You have a nice writing through line. Mac, thanks for the sub. And yeah, I feel like I've watched 6 minutes of this video and it went by much quicker than, granted I've been pausing and talking, so it's been longer, but it felt like it went by faster than 6 minutes, which is, I think, usually a good sign.
Year after. I don't think that's entirely accurate though. Releasing several shorter and more concise games during a short amount of time had been Scott's MO long before FNAF. In 2014 alone, Scott made 19 games in total. Making that many games in just a single year sure sounds a little crazy when he could perhaps have made better games by doing fewer and longer ones. But I honestly think that this is another one of Scott's flaws as a game developer that he managed to turn into something good. Scott clearly didn't have much patience. When he was done with a game, he released it. He was an indie developer after all. He had no one else to answer to but himself. So why wait? And it wasn't like the FNAF sequels weren't unique enough to be their own games rather than DLC for the first one. They were all relatively short. No idea was used long enough to become boring or stale. You can claim that Scott milked the franchise, and maybe you're right to some extent. But he really did try to differentiate the games as much as he could. If not visually, then at least in how they felt to play. And even though the games became increasingly ambitious, there has been no third-person Resident Evil-style FNAF game, no open-world exploration game, because even to this day, Scott knows his own limitations. This part was, of course, written before Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach was announced, which looks to be the first truly high-budget game in the series where you actually can explore freely. And while that is a pretty huge step, Scott isn't taking it alone. The game is being developed by both him and Steelwool Studios, who previously worked on the VR title Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted. So it's less that Scott is overextending himself by not taking his limitations into account, and more that he now has the help to actually realize slightly bigger visions. But what are these games even about then? Well, I'll talk about that in part 2, the story. And
Yeah, great. This is a great video. I'm excited to watch more of your stuff, Pim. I think thank you for the bit, Spirit. Yeah, I mean, I think maybe reevaluating how you do live action, which I very much think you should do live action, but just making sure it's being done in a way where you can kind of get the full performance out of it. I'm trying to think. Maybe some changes to thumbnails. Maybe some changes to thumbnails would be a good choice. Just because I think some of these are hard to read when they're small. More consistent style for thumbnails, yeah. But like, I I look at the Death Stranding one. I'm wasting time. I can see the am I wasting time? I can see the am I obviously, although Sam Porter Bridges kind of gets a little in the way of the M. You can tell it's an M, but it does kind of get lost and it gets a little washed out in the white. So really, you just see wasting time. But I think the text is also maybe a little too thin. Yeah, I think this Five Nights at Freddy's is a masterpiece. Maybe a few too many words. I guess it works though because this is kind of the title. But is a masterpiece is a little small. I think your elevated horror one's pretty good. This Paradise Killer one, I feel like I lose a lot of the text because it's so thin, and partly covered, and it's kind of just busy around the body. The Rachel Foster one's good. Yeah, I need to watch this video. Holy shit, I fucking hated that game. I was so, like, all right, spoilers for the Suicide of Rachel Foster, which I don't think you should play. I don't think anyone should play that game. I do not think anyone should play that game. It's like it has some interesting things in it, but it's pretty much like what if Firewatch and Gone Home were worse and then did something really really harmful, which is the game like actually like makes you go through the steps of preparing a suicide, which is like they do have a warning at the beginning of don't play this game if you're in a poor emotional state, but like that's not enough. It's not enough. It's not enough. And obviously the game's about suicide, but holy crap, they have a terrible take on it does a lot of it's bad in a lot of ways and harmful in a lot of ways. I want to watch that video though, because I imagine you will shit on it and pick it apart in a lot of ways I'd be interested in hearing. But yeah. In general, thumbnails, less text, better. The less text, the better. The less things going on, the better. So, these aren't bad, but they could just be like this text kind of is getting lost in the thumb. Some of them are just getting lost in the thumb. But yeah, I don't know. And like obviously, granted, Blinks might just not be as popular of a game. And I like this art. The art's cute, but I don't think people probably know what it is or know what you're talking. Like they don't know that this is a video essay. because video essays people are so used to there being text. And I see this and I don't know the point fully, right? And I feel like that's kind of reflected in views, right? It has about a third. It has fewer views than what you normally seem to be pulling in. So yeah, making your text a little more impactful, and that's a small thing, right? That's a small thing. What I don't know if you answered, and maybe I missed. What are your general just goals? Also, chat sub. I don't think Noah's thumbs are effective, no. But I think he gets away with it because of who he is. But here's the thing. Your long-time goal is to be able to have this at least as a part-time job with support patrons. Short term, I just want to improve, I guess. I want to know what my strengths are so I can keep building them. Yeah, I think your strengths, big strength is writing. I think you are a solid writer with good ideas, a good ability to have like these through line. I mean, I need to watch more of your stuff. But at least in that Five Nights at Freddy's video, and I assume that applies to other things, having a nice through line that you can kind of keep referring back to so that people watching have something to latch onto and understand like the thesis of what you're talking about. And yeah, you finding good ways to weave that through. So I definitely think the strength is your writing. I think you have a solid editing style of like clean, simple edits. It's not going to necessarily be the stuff that people are wowed by, but it's going to be effective in getting your points across and all that, and also it's like going to be able to be done in a way where you can produce it in a feasible manner. But yeah, I'm excited to see more from you, Pim. I'm excited to see you keep rolling. Noah gets away with it because he's that good, but damn, I wish. Okay, here's the thing. Noah gets away with it, but he has 100 and like he doesn't care. I don't think he cares about how well a video does on YouTube. I don't think Noah cares. Like he is mostly funded by Patreon. I don't know if he even has like stuff monetized. Does he? I have ad block on, but it's because I don't want to watch ads on stream. I'd have to go check. I don't think it matters to him. He cares about patrons. He has 163K subs. Each of his videos gets 100,000 some, right? Like he does really well for the amount of subs he has. And that's because a large portion of his subscriber base is watching his videos, right? I don't know his stats, but I bet you if you saw his subscribe to non-subscribe numbers, it would be a pretty high percentage subscribe, like an abnormally high, higher than what most people get. Noah could have maybe not a million. Noah could be Joseph Anderson's size easily. But actually, Joseph could be bigger too. Honestly, Joseph could be probably be bigger too. I think at least Joseph's a little more strategic with some of his thumbs. Like this is a good thumbnail for this Witcher video. And these are good thumbnails. This Ashen one works pretty well. He's a little more strategic about his thumbnails. Right? This dog outside. So loud. But honestly, even if Joseph upped his thumbnail game, he could probably have some more growth. But I don't think not that he's not concerned with it at all, but he's doing well. He's got a nice Patreon following, has a nice Twitch following. So I don't think that's his focus. Noah could easily have 500K subs if what's his fucking name? Like, and I'm not saying, that these thumbs are pretty effective in how they work, right? They are a little busy. Sorry, it's all factory. If you watch this, I don't know you. Maybe there's a little too much text. Okay. But I think like 2 million. I'm just saying like a 1 hour look on this has 2 million views, and certainly it's because of like, was Fallout 3 as good as I remember? It's got a good question. It's says it in the thumb right away, and people are going to click that, right? Now, Noah, I'm sure, has a Fallout 3 video, right? Noah doesn't have a single video over 1 million. Noah doesn't have a single video over a minute. And maybe it's not what he's going for. And that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. I think he's perfectly successful. It's what he's able to do for his living. But like, yeah. if he changed, a thorough look at Mass Effect, change it to have a take there. Home on the console. It's a nice creative title, but like, if you have a take on it, it'll just get more views. And if that is shown in the thumbnail as well, it'll get more views. That's just how it works. Of course, that might not matter to a lot of people. I don't know why I got on this tangent. My point is, so much growth is dependent, unfortunately, like the quality of your work is important, yes, but so much growth of work is unfortunately tied to titling in thumbnails. That'll attract more people, and maybe you don't want all those people, because sometimes a very loyal fan base who is interested in how you approach things could be better. But yeah. I wonder if there's an argument to be made about Noah's whole vibe/aesthetic, and if high effort thumbnails would somehow compromise that for us as an audience. Maybe. Joseph's views came from eye-catching off polarized. Yeah, I think that's true too. Raz, do you think your best video is normally the one that performs the best, or do you think that's been up to the algorithm? I don't know. I mean, it all depends how you're going to measure best video. Right? Like, my favorite thing I've made is my Outer Wilds video. But is that my best video? No, it's just one of my more personal ones. Is it talking about ideas that people haven't thought of before? No, but, it's relatable. Whereas, my Gaming for a Non-Gamer, which is my best performing video, is a pretty unique concept that hadn't been talked a ton about online. So I don't know. I don't think how something performs necessarily is indicative of its quality, but okay, Google, dim the light to 25%. So much of your success is tied to such a relatively small thing as thumbnail and title choice. Shouldn't you see it the other way? I don't know. I think your success should be tied to your work being good. But yeah. Noah reads books. True. Getting late in Sweden, have to go. Yeah, Pim. Sorry to have gotten sidetracked here. I think your stuff is great. It's gonna just be about making more of it. Keeping up the pace. Working on the thumbnail game a bit. Obviously, the suggestion that a lot of us will have is talk to someone. A, emulate what other people are doing, and B, talk to Hot Cider. I think Hot Cider's doing some streams where Hot Cider he'll be looking at giving advice on thumbnails. So stuff like that could definitely be useful. But yeah, great stuff. Excited to see more from you. I think it feels, yeah. I think it's just going to be about sticking to it. And you have the ability. Yeah, I think you have a lot of the things you need. And it's just about, keeping with it. Excited to see more. Thank you for submitting. All right. Anyway, to answer the question about would Noah's work feel worse if it had more high effort? If it was super high effort, yes, I think it would compromise it, right? If it was super clickbaity, it would. But I do think I mean, even just doing a little more like what Joseph does, of getting things a little more specific, right? Or, this is just more interesting, right? Like, these just end up being a little more interesting thumbs, and having titles, right, that like talk about what is going to be talked about. I don't know. Just my thought. You can up the effort a bit without making it too clickbaity. I think part of that is how much he clearly doesn't give a fuck about reaching a wider audience. Well, I mean, so don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he should do this. Yeah, I'm not saying he should do this. I mean, it's a tough line. I'm not saying he should do this, because I think ultimately he's probably happy with where his channel's at, and happy with the success he's found, and doesn't need more people watching his videos. He has an audience where I've seen him post and talk about things where he already feels like too many people watch him and support him. I don't think he wants growth. It's more me saying that he could. He could, and I don't think it would hurt. I don't think it would hurt the quality of his stuff to, up production a bit, up how he advertises, but also he doesn't want to, so that's fine. You know what I mean? It's always a mixture. I think he could easily do that, but if he doesn't want to, he shouldn't. And he doesn't need to is the more important part. Anyway, let's keep rolling. 19. First five, you hear? I think I've already done first five. Pretty.
Ghost Runner's got a lot going for.
Just kidding. We haven't done first five. Have we done first five? Nope. Bleeding Heart, Rider, Martyr. Takes we're coming extremely seriously and feels extremely lucky. Yeah. Obviously, I mean, luck is involved for sure, but the way he's approached stuff hasn't revolved on as much luck as other stuff. All right, let's watch some first five.
For it, even just on paper. It's got sick-ass cyber ninjas. It's a fast-paced FPS like Doom. You die in one hit and rerun the same fight over and over until you enact a perfect action scene like in Hotline Miami or Superhot. It's got rooftop duels, train top duels, samurai duels. You can deflect bullets and sword dash through people. Throw in a slick as heck cyberpunk dystopian aesthetic and a bopping techno soundtrack, and Ghost Runner hits just about every rule of cool trope possible. Whether you're weaving between automated factory lines mid-gunfight, or running on electronic billboards and riding zip lines through a cyberpunk city at night, Ghost Runner's a hit on almost every front. This game never stops doing new things and almost never wears out its welcome. So of course I had to give this game its due as part of the year in review, and if I haven't already made it obvious, Ghost Runner didn't disappoint. As always, I'm Alex, and this is First 5, where I ask if games are worth your time, not your money. I played a game for 5 hours, and I'm gonna tell you if those were 5 hours well spent. And the year in review continues with the incredibly slick action platformer, Ghost Runner.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, I like the drop. I do think... I mean, I imagine you had the song start when it did, so it could perfectly time up with the drop. I do think that the first 20 or 30 seconds not having any music probably hurt stuff, right? You want that time to not give people any reason to think about, like, why am I not hearing background music? So I don't know. I don't know the solution to that. If the song is just as long as it is. Or was, but maybe just having a similar track play and then fade into the other one, But I think you want to start with music to keep things going forward, because the time you lose a lot of people in the first 5 and 30 seconds. So in general, you don't want to give anyone a reason to leave in that. Some people are saying the ding is just because of CinemaSins. Yeah.
Duels, train top duels, samurai duels. You can deflect bullets and sword dash through people. Throw in a slick as heck cyberpunk dystopian aesthetic and a bopping techno soundtrack over and over until you enact a perfect action scene like in Hotline Miami.
Is there a way to do this bit without the
duels,
ding?
train top duels, samurai duels. You can deflect bullets and sword dash through people. Throw in a slick as heck cyberpunk dystopian aesthetic and a bopping techno soundtrack.
Yeah, I mean, I think the bit works fine. Yeah, some people will obviously compare it to CinemaSins and meme on it, but yeah, not a big deal. Like, do hearing sound effects you've heard before bug you? It doesn't really bug me. I mean, it's just like I know the bit, like, right? I know the bit that's being talked about, like, or being done, or what it's trying to pay homage to. All right,
Alex,
in general,
this is first 5.
the concept.
Worth your time, not your money. I played a game for 5 hours, and I'm gonna tell you if those were 5 hours, well,
I like
spent.
that.
And the review
It's a
continues
cool,
with the incredibly slick action platformer, Ghost Runner.
Cool format for a show of. I will, yeah, play it for 5 hours. Let you know if it's worth playing. Aiming to become like the person people go to.
Exercise in repeated surprise. Almost nothing about this game has turned out how I thought it would going in. For one, Ghost Runner is not messing around. Usually with these frantic FPS affairs, you'll generally be fine as long as you just keep moving, but in Ghost Runner, that's not enough. Enemies are actually really competent at tracking you and leading your movement, and if you're just walking around on the floor, you're pretty much dead. There's a fair bit of
I forgot to look at something. First 5. I think it's a good job developing a solid fan base for a channel my size. A lot of people consistently show up and invest in my channel. Nice. I also think that it's a compelling angle. Big agree. And I think you're right. You do have a good delivery. Starting on 2 fronts. One is viewer retention, which I think is mostly due to editing. I made big efforts over the past few months to push it up, but analytics tells me I still have work left to do. The other is drawing in new viewers. Whenever I put out a new video, my views are like 90% subs. Yeah, that can be a tough thing to overcome. Obviously, it's good to have, I mean, let's look at your views.
We all live.
It's obviously good to have, like, your subs be engaged, you know? I mean, yeah, about 10K subs and getting 1,000 views, and 90% of those are from subs. That's pretty decent. That's not terrible. But yeah, obviously you want it to push forward. Push out more. I have it open twice, like an idiot. Channel growth is your goal, but I think the more actionable way to do that is to fix 2 problems. Yeah. I mean, I'd be curious to see what your numbers are for viewer retention. Like, what do you think is bad viewer retention? You know, what is YouTube saying? Is it just the length of the video? I would say my first advice for growth is getting rid of your thumbnail style. It's easy, right? And I do think you do a decent job. I mean, you know, picking solid images. I mean, granted, a lot of them is titles. Whatever. Here, let's look at this. I think so. The issue is you have this interesting idea of like the first 5 hours of a game, right? You play the first 5 hours so they don't have to, or like to to make it clear if something is worth putting in that time, and then continue with something else. Your thumbnail does not tell me that. Right? Your thumbnail does not communicate that information at all. It just says F5 review. So it just looks like a pretty basic review, and I don't know you, so why am I going to click it? Right? If I'm looking for like the way right now, your growth potential is always going to be like your growth potential is me typing in Risk of Rain 2 review, right? And then, which did pretty well. Congratulations. Risk of Rain 2 review. And then looking through the options, and if I find, and deciding to click yours, right? So, what you have to do is very distinctly feel different than what other people are doing, and make it clear to me why I should click yours instead of just watching the moist meter on it. Right? So I think, and I don't know the best way to do it if I'm being honest. I think your thing is first 5. I think that needs to be really clear in both, or at least one, whether it be the thumbnail or the title of your video. I think that has to be, if you're selling them as reviews and less of like video essays, you need to have that first 5-hour hook, because that's a good hook. But if people don't really know that hook unless they watch your videos or have gotten into the first minute of your video, like, it's doing nothing for you. So, finding some way to add that. Right? That would be my advice. Chat, what do you think? Reviews are hard to break into. So many bigger people get review copies of them out earlier. Yeah. Steven plays the first 20 where he plays the introduction to the game, but I think the thumbnails communicate that well. Steven plays. I spelled Steven wrong. What's this series? Is this right? Is this the right person? Why are we talking about Kipo? I mean, yeah, Kipo's great. Or do you say, okay. This is him. Why am I not? Where's the video? Oh, here it is. First 20. Yeah, I mean, that definitely does it better than like the F5, I'd say. Yeah, it's similar thumbnailing, but it does have first 20, which is going to be a little more informative than just F5. But yeah, I think the thumbnail game is the first step. As far as retention, I don't know what your retention is, right? Pine, what is good retention? What do you think good retention is? You don't have to answer if you don't want. I don't know where your zone is. It also depends, first 5, on how viral a video gets, because a lot of times if something pops off, it'll go down. In my experience, anything from like 40 to 60 is pretty good. What I've heard, like anything above 60 is honestly pretty aces. But yeah, I think if you're in that 40 to 60 range, that's pretty good. Even above 30, depending on the video. 55 is what I got recently. Yeah. Is a good range. So I don't know where you're at. And maybe some editing could help that. I guess the thing I had said earlier, right, of like this video, having it come in with music right away, just a sort of hook for people would be good. Anyway, but yeah, I think your first step is finding a way to communicate what your videos do, because you're right. You have a good following. You have 10K people who have followed you, and you're getting a solid amount of views per video based on your subs. Excuse me. So that's great. When people find you, they like watching your videos, and they like going to you for that stuff. You just have to make it so people want to find you, or that when your video comes up, people click it instead of someone else's maquette review, right? Maquette review, a recursive puzzle world isn't like, so yeah, I mean, I think you have to start putting some sort of take in your title that isn't just like an incredibly dense open world, right? That's not enough. That's not going to be enough. I think you need maybe it's one of the big takeaways you have in the video or whatever it is. You need something to push forward so people are more interested to click it than other people's stuff. I think your first 5 hours thing could be a take, just having every thumbnail dedicated to that idea of like, yeah, I played the first 5 hours. Racefic has a series not exactly like that, but I mean like this, right? Racefic stealing my content of Shush I never played, which I actually don't know who did it first. Must have been me though. Your first videos 5 years ago, Racefic, what the fuck, dude? Clearly you knew who I was 7 years ago. Anyway, and granted that's not all those videos, but having like that series, right, of So I Finally Played, it's like what the take's gonna be. This is from the perspective of someone who has no nostalgia, who finally got around to it a while after. A little different. So I've been playing. You got Thor High Heels, right? Who does everything. I mean, it's a simple thing, right? So I've been playing. It doesn't feel like there's something about this hook. It's small, but there's something about this hook that is more interesting than Deadly Premonition 2 review. It is more interesting when it's like he's been playing it. It feels casual. It feels more like a conversation. I think, and that's kind of a hook of his channel, and I think a hook of your channel is something around that first 5 hours. Only he plays the last 5 hours of the game. That'd be kind of fun. Piece together the story. Anyway, let's continue.
Shooter DNA in here, but Ghost Runner leans more Hotline Miami than Doom, and that means death comes really quick and easy, and some levels will see you respawning, a lot. This is, of course, all to encourage you to use Ghost Runner's many other traversal options. Wall running, sliding, grappling hooks, zip lines, you get a huge suite of movement options to play around with, and every arena is a playground filled with opportunity. It all shakes out into an interesting dynamic where you're constantly doing loops around your enemies like a one-man wolf pack, always on the periphery and taking a few bites out of the enemy before dancing away again. And there's surprise number 2, because this is a wildly different rhythm from other games of its ilk. With both of Ghost Runner's inspirations, be it Doom or Hotline Miami, you deal with threats in a very linear order. But Ghost Runner doesn't play like this. The best way to dispatch a room full of enemies is almost never a straight line.
Yeah. Pine, I think that's perfect, right? Like, yeah, 10 Souls-like reviews. Yawn. I played 10 Souls games you've never heard of, right? Like, that's like, well, maybe I have, Pine. Maybe I have heard of it, but like, yeah, it's just that intrigue. It's just selling it. And I think you selling things as reviews, when you actually have this really great hook of like, this is how I approach talking about games, which is a different angle than how a lot of people might do it, to be like, if it takes more than 5 hours to get into a game, that doesn't mean the game's bad necessarily, but maybe it's not for you, right? Like you have that relating point. Like, should people spend their money on this thing that the first 5 hours they might not enjoy? Like, it's a good hook. And that's what I think you need to sell yourself on, because that's why Not to say you're not saying interesting things as well, right? Like your ideas are interesting. But I think the reason people go to you and stay with you and will, your subs are loyal and watch your shit, is because of that perspective that you give. Because you give that valuable, like, hey, I play these games so you don't have to.
Nor does it usually start with killing the closest guy first. There's always something in the back of the room, either a barrier protecting everybody else or an extremely dangerous threat that needs to be dealt with first. And that's how Ghost Runner pulls you into this looping combat. That core loop wasn't done surprising me though, because it is constantly introducing new elements on an almost level-by-level basis. For a Hotline Miami-esque game, Ghost Runner has an unusually hefty lineup of enemies ranging from these shield boys that further encourage that looping combat pattern to suicidal drones that force you to constantly keep moving. And on the player side of the equation, there's a surprising amount of growth over the course of the game as well. Most of this comes in the form of new abilities like a dash or
This guy reminds you of me, like just how he talks.
Power-ups you can install, like the ability to deflect bullets. But Ghost Runner also features levels based
We have a
around
similar
unique
cadence.
platforming options like these hostile drones you can use as platforms, and power-ups that widen
I mean,
the
just
game
the
space to allow
YouTuber
for
cadence.
challenges. Not every introduction is perfect though. Ghost Runner is a game that is all about mobility, and yet it sometimes locks you down so you can't use it. These snipers that pop you if you stay out of cover for more than 2 seconds are a nightmare that go against everything else Ghost Runner's doing. And these samurai guys aren't that bad once you get used to them, but they can only be hurt after you successfully parry their attacks, something they make you stand around and wait to do for an agonizingly long amount of time.
I feel like you're watching an IGN review. Yeah, I mean, it definitely has that kind of vibe, and yeah, not in a bad way. I don't think I think, I mean, I think people are looking for alternatives to outlets, right? Because of that problem that you get with outlets of, you know, not to get in a big thing, but right, IGN has put out 2 reviews on Super Mario 3D World. One was when it came out on the Wii U in 2013 and got a 9.6, and then this year the reviewer who did it gave it a 7, even though it's an upgraded version of the game with an extra, essentially DLC that adds like 4 or 5 hours of content, right? And people were really mad that it got a lower review despite them given it a higher one in the past. And I think there's arguments around it, right? It's been 8 years or whatever since the game came out. So while that game held up really well then, it might not hold up as well now. Whatever, plenty of reasons to do it. But the real reason it got a different score is because the person who played it 8 years ago liked it, and the person who played it now didn't. That's it. Like that's the reality of it is, it was 2 different people with 2 different tastes on game design. And if the person who reviewed it in 2021 had reviewed it back in 2013 or whatever, they probably would have given it a 7 or 8. You know, they probably wouldn't have given it a 9.6. But outlets have this problem of they have big teams of people with differing opinions on games who put out things, and a lot of them have some sort of scored system. So I think a lot of people want like to go to a place for a consistent view on stuff, and outlets just don't offer that, which is the benefit of what single team YouTubers can do, is have consistent opinions about games that people can be like, well, you know, I know First Five likes these types of games, so I might not. So I'll you know, and I like these types of games, so I can trust First Five's opinion on this. But yeah, I've not watched Ranton. Anyway,
they decided to make an entire boss fight around the mechanic.
But my point in that is like, yeah, I think that's an intentional style of going for these kinds of reviews. I mean, in the whole First Five, like, you know, I'm worried about, like, I mean, that idea of like, should you spend money and is it worth your time for the money you spend on it? Like, this is a consumer review ultimately. This is trying to do that. So stylistically, that makes sense.
Which, speaking of, yes, Ghost Runner has boss fights. Mechanically, I'd say they're far from the game's high point, but what they might lack in mechanical satisfaction, they make up for in pure style. Ghost Runner's boss fights are more akin to AAA set pieces than the rest of the game. They're still stiff challenges, but they're more interested in spectacle than tight gameplay. But considering how rare they are, they still make for fun side distractions to break up the game's basic rhythm, much like those power-ups, and they're a valuable addition to the game. But surprise number 4 was the greatest shock of all. Ghost Runner actually has a really sharply written story. I feel like with mechanics-first games like these, the expectation is generally that the story ends up an afterthought to stitch together a bunch of excuses for your cyber ninja to go do cool cyber ninja things. And it's true that Ghost Runner's plot is relatively straightforward. You're fighting your way through a
I haven't
dystopia
played
that's
it
both cyberpunk and post-apocalyptic, and there's some real cut-and-dry authoritarian bad guys at the end waiting for you to kick down the door and chop them in half. But Ghost Runner takes a pretty entertaining journey getting there, and it all comes down to its 3 central characters and the dynamics between them. You've got the titular Ghost Runner, Mr. Tall, Dark, and Stoic, and then you've got his 2 companions, the Architect and Zoe. The Architect is the more complicated character, the former and likely just as fascist leader of the tower you're climbing, who's incredibly objective-oriented and, shocker, an ends justify the means kind of guy. And Zoe is a revolutionary, a bleeding heart that generally wants...
Okay. Yeah, I'm wondering if you give a score. Doesn't look like it. Okay, maybe Ghost Runner Sundays would be good. I think you got a good channel. I think you have a good concept. I think your videos are like, they got a good flow. I don't know what your retention problems are, you know, but I feel like it's interesting enough to keep people on it and moving forward. I think the big shift that you should focus on making is probably less on the work itself. I mean, obviously, you know, keep upping your game and all that stuff. But I think that like the next move is upping your thumbnail game and upping your titling game, how you present your work, because your concept's good. You know what you're doing of kind of like consumer reviews. It's good. Like it's done well. But you just got to give people a reason to want to click your video instead of someone else's. Here's the thing. You have to be better than Skill Up. Okay? That is your goal.
Hello.
This is your goal. Okay? Your one goal as you make thumbnails and make titles is to be better than Skill Up, because people are going to go to Skill Up if he does a review on the same thing you are. So that is what you have to aim for. Is people like Skill Up, and people like Skill Up. You have to create a thumbnail and title that will make people want to click yours instead of his. I think that's about the spot you're at. You know, seem like you have a good flow, solid ideas, good presentation, and you have like a base of fans who like your stuff and like your approach. So your next big step, if you want growth, presented in a different way. I mean, like, look, these are good titles. They're simple, right? Like, it could just say Breath Edge review, but like, just a very candid, sadly, I can't recommend this game. Like, that's going to bring a lot more people. I don't know. Oh my God. My mom has texted me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. And it's not even important. Don't you know I'm streaming, Mom? Don't you know I'm streaming? Creative thumbnails are better than clickbaity ones. That's a good one. That's a good thumb. Sort of. I'll be honest though, I also sort of disagree. I think there's a line. I think there are plenty of times where I see a thumbnail where I'm like, that's a beautiful thumbnail, but it cripples performance of a video. I think there's a middle ground that you can definitely hit. Give opinions on the games in the title. Yeah, I think that's good. I mean, I think there's all sorts of things you can do first 5 to put hooks out there, right? But like, this is an objective statement. A recursive puzzle world. An incredibly dense open world. The blizzardification of deck builders. That's kind of a take, you know. I don't fully know what the blizzardification means, but, you know, interesting enough. Every little, yeah. I mean, I think subjective titles are better than objective titles. I mean, I'm just a subjective kind of guy in general, but like a recursive puzzle world. This isn't a take. It's just the game. It's how the game works. That doesn't draw me in necessarily, They do not make me upset enough to click them. True. Bowser is fucking huge and I'm into it. I'm telling you. That's a great title. Bowser is fucking huge and I'm into it. I think GMTK does a fine job of creative thumbnails that make me want to click them. Sure, these are clickbaity though. If you don't think these are clickbaity, I mean, like, yeah, they're creative and they're well done, but like, they're still using elements of clickbait. Are they lying? Clickbait doesn't mean that it's lying. Clickbait has nothing to do with lying. I don't know, Ranton. Yeah, I mean, follows trends, face reactions. The only clickbait that's bad is like when it lies. Yeah, but clickbait isn't inherently bad. Objective oriented guy, but I agree that emotive titles, yeah. Snow makes good thumbs. Snow is a pretty consistent style. Sure, lying about what your video is going to be about is bad. Yeah, it's legit necessary. Yeah, Snow has a clean style, right? Good game design, logo, character. Clean style. We haven't looked at Jacobs yet. But yeah, I mean, dude, the hot cider tree. The hot cider tree is a good one. Yeah, let's look at Pines. I mean, Pine, I think you're, and this is not an insult, I think your thumbnails are clickbaity as fuck. And that's great. Like, it's great. Having the big character essentially being like a React picture. You are doing trends. You're essentially doing trends that like vloggers do, but with Dark Souls characters. It's smart shit. Anyway, to get back to it, and then we'll move on to the next person. Work on your thumbnail and titling. Find something to give me a reason to click it instead of skill up. That should be your goal. You have good branding, people will know this is you, but you aren't looking. I feel like what you want, if you want growth, you should care less about if these 10,000 people recognize immediately that it's a first 5 video. You should be worried about the billion people on YouTube who might want to click your video. And currently, I think this sort of thing is going to hamper that. Make sense? Best of luck. I think you got a good thing going here. Fucking gross. 6.7, imagine? Yeah, wait, fuck. 9.67, imagine? Wait, it would just be, oh, I'm so dumb. Chat, delete what I just said. 9.7, imagine? Delete it. Delete it from stream history. Delete it from stream history. Actually, no way. Yeah, don't. You've got a good number, first five. But you can sub. How important do you think the icon of the channel or being the branded thing? I think the icon on a channel negatively impacts small channels. I think it probably negatively impacts a lot of channels. Having some sort of branding so you know who it is good for someone who is recognizable, right? Ludwig probably wants to be in every single thumbnail so that you know it's a Ludwig video. Ignore how many of these videos I've watched. Fucking shit. Anyway, you know, you want him in these videos because you know Ludwig at this point. And yeah. If you see it, it's a Ludwig video. But let's go back to older stuff. I'm curious to what he used to do before he was popular. I mean, he's still branded with himself. I have no idea how big his channel was at various points. But obviously in the past, you see a lot of Ludwig clickbaiting other people. But yeah, at a point, I think it starts to work when you are the content and you are the focus, you know. But if people don't know who you are, putting some sort of branding, I think will hurt you. I think this hurts you. Like, or at least having this be the main focus. Till you've established yourself as being recognizable. Yeah, or maybe just in general. I mean, I think it all depends on how your audience reacts to your stuff and where you get with things. But yeah. It's good to be consistent in your style in some ways so that people can recognize you, but when this is the heart of it, you just want to avoid that because you know, most people who will see a thumbnail like this might not know who you are, or if you're trying to get stuff to expand, they won't know who you are. So it being an F5 review, what does that mean to someone who doesn't know you? Certainly, like, yeah, once you're a recognizable figure and people will click it because you're in it, then, you know, using your face is often seen as a good way to do it, or using specific branding is good. But until then, you're gonna putting something out that's just casting a wider net is gonna be a benefit to you. All right, let's do two more, and then I should move on for this one. 15, 18, 15. Throw Spiral. Throw Spiral. You hear it by chance?
Yo-yoing.
Well, not what I expected. Did not expect a yo-yo video, and I couldn't be happier. Only person making video essays like this in my niche community. Should have read this first. My video ideas are all over the place, so I worry my stuff lacks structure and cohesion. Cool. Why I love things that repeat. I don't know why you hashtagged this. I feel like this makes the title feel weird. I think get rid of the hashtag. Using hashtags and titles, I don't think are useful. If you put them in your description, they'll show up below your title, and they can help you in the search just as much. Anyway, let's watch this yo-yo video essay.
Is meaningless. At their absolute...
Am I gonna get... I'm so excited for this. We've watched 5 seconds, and you already get a like and sub.
Yo-yoing is meaningless. At their absolute coolest, yo-yos are flashy skill toys, but not even the flashiest. Did you see those Diablo guys on America's Got Talent? They were throwing light-up spinny toys at Simon Cowell's face, and he loved every minute of it. We can't top that. Fame and visual appeal are superficial, but surely our beloved Bandalores can offer us something of substance. Unfortunately, turning to yo-yos for insight into the human condition doesn't get the job done. Consider the humble gravity pool, the very first trick anyone learns when they pick up a yo-yo. The yo-yo travels from point A, your hand, to point B, the end of the string, and then immediately back to point A. It ends exactly where it started. Nothing changes. Maybe putting it in those terms is being too harsh on the most fundamental yo-yo trick possible. It's unfair to knock the basics for being simple, right? An issue arises when searching for a better example trick than gravity pull. The circular point A to point A structure is inherent to yo-yo tricks. No matter what, the yo-yo eventually returns and resets to nothing. The most elegantly constructed combos are self-defeating in nature, a choreographed and rehearsed exercise in futility. Even the densest of tech mounts are doomed to dissolve by design. We destroy what we create. As my dear mother once so eloquently put it, yo-yoing is just tying knots and untying them. Of course, none of this has ever stopped us from yo-yoing. From external motivations like the will to compete, to internal desires like self-expression, we each have our own justifications for devoting several percentage points of our precious time on this planet to this ridiculous toy. The fact that we can find joy in something so silly is nothing short of a miracle. This is why I love repeaters. Repeaters embrace the absurdity of yo-yoing. The repetition of a handful of elements mirrors that recursion that defines yo-yoing, distilling it into a mesmerizing vignette. It is both a parody and celebration of the endless cycle of playing yo-yo, a mirror within a mirror. When a non-yo-yoer sees me doing repeaters, they often say, "You already did that trick, why are you doing it again?" And I can only offer the unsatisfying answer of, because I can. The repetition is the point of its existence, but it's also what renders its existence pointless. Repeaters are challenging on a conceptual level. They call into question the definition of a yo-yo trick and completely shift the way we evaluate those tricks. A good repeater is hard to create and even harder to quantify. Does an element get to be a repeater because it starts and ends in the same mount? The journey and the destination are blurred into one, with no clear beginning or end in sight. The creation of a repeater often requires consideration of trick composition in a deeply non-intuitive fashion. Repeaters use an approach to structure that's totally unlike any other type of yo-yo trick. Another thing that attracts me to repeaters is that they are focused practice of just a few isolated elements. Executing an element and doing it again is all well and good, but truly...
Yeah, I agree. I think explaining it... I think he does a good enough job of, and you're able to infer enough of what a repeater is. I think going too deep into it would... yeah, you know what I mean.
Mastering a trick and looping it smoothly is a different sensation entirely. Controlling the momentum before and after whatever you consider the starting point of a repeater is often a tall order. The difficulty is its own reward. Sometimes you can see yourself improve at a certain element within the space of a single throw. By doing it again and again, you have the ability to experiment with execution and polish the elements to a mirror sheen. While they can appear simple, repeaters can serve as a shockingly efficient exercise in improving at yo-yo. Perhaps best of all, repeaters give you time to think. Once a repeater is committed to muscle memory, your mind has space to wander without the distraction of idle hands. Practicing repeaters is a one-way ticket to that precious flow state that can make yo-yoing so very rewarding. It's not a stretch to call it meditation. Yo-yoing is meaningless. It promises nothing and keeps its promise. But we do it anyway. Where there is no inherent meaning, we bring our own. In a way, it acts as a blank canvas, waiting for us to project some lofty purpose upon it. It is a dirty mirror, revealing nothing until polished through our own efforts, and our reward is a clearer view of ourselves. Maybe, just maybe, there really is something we can learn from things that repeat.
Dude, the real move would have been to play the video a second time from the beginning. What? Well, okay. I needed to loop it. All right. Very weird, unique, niche sort of thing. I'm gonna post it in chat. Writing is great. You know, this. I think you do a good job explaining kind of complex things without getting like annoying about it. You know, and too in the weeds, which is great. It's also interesting because, yeah, obviously you have one pretty static shot of you yo-yoing and doing different tricks. So the only real cuts are kind of when you seemingly switch up what the repeater is. It's interesting because, you know, if you tell me pretty much the entire video is going to be, a 5-minute video is going to be one shot, I'm like, no, you got to do more. You have to have more variance. But yeah, the existence of the yo-yo throughout the entire thing fixes that, right? Like there is always action, there is always movement, and it also goes with the theme of this idea of like this repetition that like is peaceful and calming. And it seemed like everyone in chat, myself included, you know, the whole time is watching the yo-yo. From a construction standpoint, I'd say center your camera. Right? Do we agree? I think you want to be like a foot over.
Knots and
I don't want to see the yo-yo go off screen. Small. It's a small thing. It's small. Rule of thirds. So you'd want to be in the middle, right? Or over here. But he's kind of not in a third, right? Am I understanding that correctly, Mac? Because you definitely wouldn't want to be too far on this side because then you lose the yo-yo. So either you'd want to be centered or kind of in this triad. Offset to the left, yeah. So you can see the kind of full of the yo-yo, yeah. Someone suggested that they should have shown the America's Got Talent. Or you should have shown
his face, and he loved every minute of it. We can't top that.
Do you? I don't know. Yeah. I think when you suggested it, it made sense. But it wouldn't work with full video. So I mean, I'd say framing, right? You want the focus to always be on the yo-yo. Yeah, a slow zoom throughout that just gets closer and closer could be interesting. Maybe some other B-roll of just, yeah, switching between it. I mean, you certainly, like, I think this worked largely, but obviously, if you're making more things like it, you'll need to do different things. So yeah, I'm curious. I want to watch. Oh yeah, different people freestyle. Okay, cool.
This video is a contradiction. It is the product of thoughtful collaboration, careful structure, and meticulous editing. Yet, the subject of our discussion couldn't be further removed from this methodology. It's your best friend Jamie, and today we're talking about the hashtag/movement/phenomenon known as fully freestyle. First though, let me get something off my chest.
Show the text on the screen there. I think the style of this video, which is a little different, show text of saying fully freestyle. Just brings my attention to it.
Not so long ago, I was pretty skeptical of this whole thing. I looked at runs like you're watching now and saw little to no value. This whole yo-yo thing is full of subjectivity, but this was a bridge too far for me. The popularity left me perplexed. What were people seeing in this that I wasn't? It was just chaos on the end of a string. Recently, my perspective has changed, which is what got me started on making this video. What follows is a primer on Fully Freestyle, intended to first explain the style and then give you, the viewer, some food for thought to try it out yourself. Let's start with the definition. Our working definition of Fully Freestyle comes from Mark Montgomery himself and is as follows. Fully Freestyle is fully improvised off...
Show it. Switch to a different screen. I mean, the yo-yo stuff is fascinating, but like if you're trying to make more of these videos, just always have it being someone doing yo-yo tricks the entire time without other stuff. I think it worked in the last one because of the tone of this, right? If you're cutting to text on stuff, it's not going to work. But the tone of this is way more upbeat and a little different. So if you're given definitions, you know, have some. You can keep coming back to this, but have text on screen.
Off the top throw play, comboing elements that you aren't consciously thinking of.
Hello to anyone who came from the Joseph Anderson host, presumably. We're watching yo-yo videos. Let's go.
Not previously learned nor tried is a plus, with a strong and deliberate intention of not making choices. The focus and intention instead goes in how you use your timing and music illustration. We can boil our working definition into two key elements.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, you obviously have a niche. Ideas are all over the place. I think your writing is good. It's about starting to put editing into your stuff. Again, I think it worked on this first video because of the tone of it. Although, you know, you could have had slightly different framing. You know, probably on the left side would have been better, and maybe some zooms and whatnot, and all that. But yeah, your writing's good. Your voiceover is really solid. You got a nice voice and a nice presentation of it. You know, your individual essays don't seem like they lack structure. Your channel might lack some structure, right? It seems like you got a bunch of stuff that isn't all necessarily the same. But yeah, I would say always consider the tone of your video, what you're trying to do, and what goes with it. I think this video, from like the 2 minutes we watched, definitely could use a bunch of text edits to, because here's one thing. You do have like this awesome visual where you can kind of cheat by just showing the dope yo-yo tricks, right? That helps. It keeps the viewer's attention. Viewers get mesmerized with it. Also, though, there hits a point where I'm so mesmerized by the yo-yo that I'm not fully paying attention to what you're saying. It can work against you in times too. So I think you need to do things sometimes to pull the viewer's attention away from just the yo-yo, especially when you're giving definitions of stuff, which you do in this, like show me the text, just show me the definition, blur this in the background for a bit, show me the definition, or switch to a different screen so that I can focus on the point you're trying to say. And then when you get like kind of back to the lighter, more philosophical stuff that might take a little less, like it's not teaching me something, then you switch back to the hypnotizing yo-yo. I don't know. I think it's cool. Change the titles. Don't have hashtags in your title. That's one big advice. I don't know. Thumbnail game probably could use work, but I really don't know what to do for a yo-yo. Chad, let's come up with some suggestions. How would you create a thumbnail for a yo-yo video essay? It's tough, to be honest. I don't actually know the best approach. Yo-yo with cat ears. Okay. Commission hot cider for a yo-yo essay. True. Yo-yo video essays are just words. I never thought. True. Find a font that fits the subculture. Yeah, I think that's important. Okay, that actually is important. You probably just want your title in here. It can be this picture with, it can be the shot that you use in it, but have text around them, right? Have text around them that says learning to love Fully Freestyle, right? Just so that they know it's a video essay instead of just footage of a guy doing yo-yo. Cool. All right. One more, I think we said. One more. What? This isn't not mine a recommendation, the Mega Man Cave. I'm going to delete this. People aren't, I'm not looking for recommendations. Whatever. All right, last one. 34. Zolty! You here? I saw you like 2 minutes ago, so I assume you are. First one, show a picture of a yo-yo going in a circle in the same style as a clock. Not bad. Oh, shit. Are you ready? All right. What do you like most about your work? The edits. Also that I brought people together. Okay. Do you want me to watch this video? I think I have seen a clip of it. What are you certain about in your work? Me, I constantly worry about whether my writing is good in the sense that it makes sense / is substantial. Also my hoarse voice, my accent, how I look. I don't know if it was a good idea to record myself and put it in this video. Felt more personal, so I did. Where's your section? Are you just in the beginning? Is this what you want me to go with? Or would you prefer me to... I'd click this. Would you prefer me to go... Oh, wait, that's this video. Would you prefer... Okay, I guess this is your most recent video, so let's go with it. Yeah, it's a collab video. I mean, but I can't... We've already done Dark Fry. I'm just saying, pretty much I got your introduction. So yeah, what do you want me to look at? Why is that? Okay. I mean, I just want to do something that's going to help you, you know? All right. Why is there no closed captioning? Do something so you can have closed captioning. Just, you can copy and paste your script into it. Closed captioning is good. Makes it so more people can watch. Wait, what? Can someone explain this to me? No, you're good. I mean, you don't need to apologize. It's just something you should do. It can automatically sync it. It's not always great. You did okay. Not updated.
As I mentioned in my first video, and please don't look it up, it's kinda embarrassing, I played League of Legends for almost 9 years straight.
Yikes.
At a socially challenging point in my life, after my family and I moved to Germany, playing League of Legends was my only hobby. This hobby quickly became an addiction, since it was something that let me escape from the difficulties of reality. The hard part of this big change in my life wasn't leaving everything behind.
Okay, so real quick before we get into it. I feel like I've had two introductions. Like your first introduction, I feel like doesn't actually lead in. Like I think you should just have started the video
It's a socially challenging
here,
point in
whatever.
my life after my
I think the video is not okay. Here's some advice. I don't think you need this. I think I get it, right? You want people to know what the game's kind of going to be about, but you say, why stop playing competitive? games. So they're gonna know stuff like League, Apex, CS. They're gonna know that stuff like that's in there. I also get the concern of talking about Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice. When do you talk about it? This is when you should put the spoiler warning for Hellblade. This is what I've learned. I personally think, unless you're talking about spoilers early on, starting a video with it, especially if you're not vocalizing it, some people just won't even notice it and they get mad at you for not saying something, and that is what it is. But also, if you give a spoiler warning early on, especially as a smaller channel, it can have drastic effects on your retention rate. Bigger channels can do it and get away with it because people will come back around to it. But it can have massive effects. I look at my Last of Us Part 2 video. I did a video on Last of Us Part 2 in Kipo. And if you look at the retention for it, here. I'll just... Give me a sec. Let's look at it. Let's see how it did. Hellblade's great. Hellblade is a great game. Would recommend. What the fuck? It's weird. Why? Oh, that's so weird. Huh. Something's wrong with my stats. This is not what... What the fuck? Okay. Here, let me show you the first 30 days or whatever it is. I'm sorry for this. All right. Here's the video, right? Going great, has really great retention, about 60 at 2 minutes, and then this is about when I say the spoiler, and I lose like 10% of viewers right off the bat, right? I lose them there, and I don't even really talk about that many spoilery things. And I don't talk about the spoilery things till like here, right? But this automatically makes it so 10% of viewers have dropped off by this point, which then YouTube is like, oh, a bunch of people stopped watching, lower retention rate. Had I waited, I mean, this number would have continued to fall because that's how video shit goes. But like when I actually got to the spoiler and then talked about it, you could, let's just say it kept the same rate. Let's just say it kept the same rate of decline. I would have had about 50% retention, which would have been way higher. And maybe that 50% then drops to 40 here, but that would have a much less of effect on my video performance. Does that make sense? And I think a fair amount of people who left here actually wouldn't have been bothered by any of the spoilers I gave, right? But I didn't give anything that resembled a spoiler until here. So yeah, it's a small thing. Just, I think something to be wary about. If your entire video hinges on spoilers, then say it right away. Perfectly fine. But doing anything where people might click off early, I would just always say, especially when it is kind of, I don't know exactly when you hit the spoiler. It looks like that's the only part where you talk about, or maybe, I don't know exactly when you hit the spoiler for Hellblade. And it's like, yeah, then definitely don't. Because Hellblade's a pretty non-popular game. And if people are clicking this because they are interested in your take on competitive multiplayer games, and then they're like, oh, I'd have to play Hellblade to like this video. I don't know. Also, yeah, I would just say pretty much you could start the video here.
At a socially challenging.
Honestly, if you wanted to, you could edit it so it does start here too. And I don't think anything would be lost. Well, I guess you don't. I don't know. Let's watch.
At a socially challenging point in my life, after my family and I moved to Germany, playing League of Legends was my only hobby. This hobby quickly became an addiction, since it was something that let me escape from the difficulties of reality.
Show league
The hard
footage here.
part
This
of
should all be
big
league.
change in my life wasn't leaving everything behind. For some reason, I was excited about starting all over, but I never could have imagined how hard it is to integrate into a new community with literally no connections. My school class, for example, was full of nice people, but they seemed to have already bonded over the years, and it felt impossible for me to become one of them. I have never been the center of attention, but struggling to express myself because of the language barrier has definitely pushed me even further away from it. Feeling embarrassed and being unable to communicate was emotionally draining, so whenever I got home, I just wanted to feel something else.
On the other hand, spoiler alerts are a good thing for viewers, and what you can do is say it right before. Yeah, sure. Spoiler alerts are good for viewers. Sure. But they're bad for creators, and they don't usually matter that much for viewers. But I still think if you're going to do a spoiler, you're always better doing it right before you give the spoiler. That was my it's called Hope, Humanity in the Post-Apocalypse. Granted, it's a pretty niche video that compares The Last of Us Part 2 to Kipo and the Age of Wonder Beasts. But a big problem with it was its viewer retention was lower than other stuff, especially at release. And its watch time was a lot lower because I lost a chunk of people early on because I gave a spoiler warning for something that I didn't give spoilers for until like 10 minutes in. So had I waited, I would have had less people dropping out. I think, Jahara, thanks for the raid. We're just watching some videos and giving some feedback. I think in general, Zolty Boy, you're showing a lot of No Man's Sky footage. And I think, I don't know if you talk about No Man's Sky specifically, but I think at this point, as you're talking, as you are specifically talking about competitive games, that's just what it should be. You know, that's just what the focus of what you're showing should be. Sorry, I want to get that thought out. Jahar, what were you playing? How was your stream? How'd it go? Life good? One of those viewers that dropped off binge keep over the course of 2 days and then watched the video. Yeah. Here, listen, nice. I think I chose No Man's Sky to reflect how alone I felt. Yeah, I don't hate that. I just think like you talk specifically about, you know, how you talk about two things, right? You talk specifically about League of Legends, how you played it a lot. I think you got to just be showing League of Legends, and honestly, probably just put a black and white tint over it to illustrate some sadness. You know, here you kind of show like how you didn't get along with classmates, and you know, using No Man's Sky as your base, interesting. However, though, like because you do specifically say classmates, there's plenty of games that have schools in them. You know, show Doki Doki Lick, show show like Persona footage, right? That illustrates it more. I get the approach. I get the idea. Luigi's Mansion 3. I need to play it. I need to play that game. Don't use Doki Doki Lit Club. Actually, maybe tonally it would fit some of the ideas. You get what I mean. Because yeah, this just feels. I like your ideas, Oli Boy. Right? Like this illustrates how lonely you were. And No Man's Sky is a lonely game about traveling across the universe. But that might be too much of a connection for you personally, right? And not as much of a connection to viewers. So I think try to show footage that really, really reflects what you're talking about in probably the most obvious way. Sometimes you can be more subtle, right? Because you're right. Thematically, what you're talking about does fit with No Man's Sky. But not everyone's going to feel that connection or know that connection. Whereas, you know, if you're specifically talking about League of Legends, obviously showing League of Legends, people will get it. If you're talking about feeling isolated in school, showing an image of people at school, whether it be in a video game or live action footage, going to get across that message. You always just got to be more obvious, I think, with viewers. Always.
Home, I just
Hit
wanted
us,
to feel
hit us on the head with obvious takes.
something else. I wanted to belong. I wanted to understand and be understood. I wanted to interact with others and I wanted them to appreciate me. But above all, I wanted to forget. Spending countless hours playing League seemed like a convenient way to forget about feeling like an alien, but you know how these things end. Sooner or later you'll have
I like this idea. I like this creative idea. The black and white thing, having like it sound like a recording. If you do it again, which I actually think is a cool little mechanic, I think present tense. Make it sound like this is something you were saying then. That could be kind of cool.
to deal with real life. At some point, I needed to embrace what I really felt and work with that. So one day, I finally stood up and I said, alright, just one more round.
Yeah, like this. This is good. Yeah, I mean, you kind of did it here. You did it here. I think that's good. You do, yeah. You do what I said to do. Good job. You listened.
Hi, my name is Zoltan, and this is Game Appeal. Normally, on this show we discuss appeal and game design, but today's episode is
Okay,
going to
yeah.
focus more-
Here's my advice. Especially if it's only visual spoilers, I genuinely think you should use the YouTube editor tool and cut the first 26 seconds.
more on my
Because this feels like it feels like you have two intros.
relationship towards competitive online multiplayer games.
We love a good banjo.
Eventually, my parents took away my computer. Of course, I was mad at them at
How do you add captions and have it time it for you? Good question. Here. Oops.
first, but
Boy, I think you know how to do that, but we'll just go over it because it is a good question. And you do need some captions on this thing. You can see some exclusive content. For patrons, all right. You go to your YouTube analytics and there should be a tab called subtitles, all right? And then, yeah, you click the video that you want to add subtitles to. Crafting is pointless. Beautiful. Then you can hit add language and then go to the language that you're adding. And then you hit add. From here, there's a few ways to do it. You can the way I always do it is I click type manually, edit as text, and then I control paste my script into here, and then click assign timings. I don't know why this is showing up right now, probably because I already have stuff, but this is what you do. And then you click assign timings, and it will automatically assign what you're saying here to the point in the video. It works pretty well. Sometimes it's a little bit off, but it generally works pretty well. And it's that simple. It's that easy. It is super, super easy. Everyone should do it. If you have a script, everyone should do it. All right.
frankly, I would probably have continued playing League until this day if that hadn't been the case. So thank you, it really got things started for me. Months later, I dropped out of school just before my graduation and sought professional help from a therapist. Things weren't looking great for me, but you know what they say, there is always a valley before a hill. Well, maybe not always, but it's what happened to me. Fast forward a year to the point when I got my new apartment, therapy turned out to be very helpful, I started going to school again, and for the first time in a long time, I felt happy. But also, I was playing League again. I didn't even know why I started playing again because I was literally constantly happy, and as soon as I booted up the game, I became anxious. I panicked over the idea that I would let the addiction take over and drop out of school again. I feared that my life would become a mess and that I would become a disappointment if I continued playing, yet I did continue. That fear of mine never came true. I realized I was actually in charge of my life now. I wanted to go to art school and I wanted to move out, so I did. With the help of my therapist, my counselor, and my loved ones, I managed to design my environment so that I was in the right headspace for making decisions. I carried a lot of responsibility, but I was also free in a sense at the same time. I sat down to reflect on why exactly was I still playing League. I couldn't think of a good reason, so I tried something else. I uninstalled the game and waited for a kind of craving to pop into my head. That way, I thought to myself, I could identify the feeling and analyze it. I could think of alternative methods to satisfy my desire instead of going down the rabbit hole of video game addiction.
It's very reflective. Do you talk about what you learned from that? Is that what this is?
The craving I was expecting hasn't come for a long time. But then COVID-19 happened. Suddenly, I was alone, quarantined in my small apartment. The appeal of League had faded away by then, and now I really wanted to play Apex with my friends. This time, it wasn't...
Okay, I think timing of your sections. I feel like... Okay, as far as structurally and how to transition into different sections.
More time.
Right? You talk about this idea of like this test you do, and then we hit this games and social life like splash screen. And then you talk about like the reflection of that, but you don't have a musical transition to denote that a new section has begun, which I think for me, it feels like a slightly bit jarring. But then
my small apartment. The appeal of Apex with my friends.
You have a really good transition, right? You have a really good moment of like the final note of that musical piece playing with the sound from Apex and like the gunshot to cut to black. This is when you should show this title screen. I think it's just about identifying the timing of when best to quote unquote transition into a new section. It feels right now like when you're writing an essay, right, and you're going from paragraph to paragraph, you want some sort of transition sentence to lead you from one point to the next. And I feel like the way you have this structured currently is you don't have a transition sentence at the end of this paragraph, right?
Instead of going down the rabbit hole of video game addiction one more time.
That doesn't feel like the end of that paragraph, right? It might be the end of the idea that's going to transition you into the next point you're making. But this whole section of like, you say like, I reflected on how I consume video games, and then you explain like those cravings didn't come, but then something changed, right? COVID hit and, games and social life. That is when I think the natural transition is. So it's just about making sure that any sort of paragraph or section you have isn't like ending on kind of an incomplete thought. And if the idea is that that section is supposed to, that ending is supposed to lead into the next, like that's okay, but you just need that next part. I'm really bad at transitions. See, but I don't think you are. I think you have just mistimed when your transition should be, because I think you have all the elements and ideas that should be here. But yeah, as far as structure goes, there's certainly different ways to do it, but you want a transition to a new section to feel built to, right?
I could think of alternative methods to satisfy my desire instead of going down the rabbit hole of video game addiction one more time.
And this gives me no idea like of is there transition or why is there transition. The music continues through, it doesn't change, and the sentence you say before it doesn't really lead into it. But if you had just taken this clip, if you had just gone right from before this title screen to after it, and then put that title screen here.
And talk and laugh along with friends the whole day, every day.
Or not here.
It felt so
here. That fixes all your stuff, and then it worked great. So I think you have the elements. It's just about restructuring them in an order that is most effective for you. I find it's not always necessary. There's different ways to do it, but I find a lot of the time it is best to have musical changes be with new sections because it highlights an importance and change of topic, and it kind of elevates the idea of that. And you have that musical change to talk about the bulk, right, of what you're talking about here. But yeah, just make sure that those are timed together.
This time, it wasn't nearly as dangerous for me to play a competitive multiplayer game as before. I was excited to hop on the voice chat and talk and laugh along with friends the whole day, every day. It felt so normal because honestly, that's what everyone was doing back then. A few months passed and Apex wasn't as much fun anymore. Some of my friends started going to work again, some simply stopped playing 24 hours a day. And that was the point when I finally understood.
Transitions with music also make it easier to have music without having to find weird ways to loop it. True! Hard cut it up, baby. Just hard cut.
My craving. It was all about friends, about being part of a community that works towards a common goal. I enjoyed the gameplay and I enjoyed the art style of the games I believe I was addicted to, but essentially I used them as a medium to fulfill my social needs. And that's not necessarily wrong. In times like these, multiplayer games can be very helpful to maintain our relationships with people while physically distancing ourselves from them in order to stay healthy. But the human brain is
okay, so one thing I like, it seemed like you were dedicated to an editing bit, but then you stopped.
I was addicted to, but essentially I used them as a medium to fulfill my social needs. And that's not necessarily wrong. In times like these, multiplayer games can be very helpful.
And I wanted a cut right there. Mentally, after you do it twice, I needed a cut.
Maintain our relationships with people while
one here
distancing ourselves from them in order to stay healthy. But the human brain is programmed to remember successful strategies we use.
Cutting clips to the obviously a lot of times we time our clips to our voice lines, which is smart in a lot of ways, but also finding ways to time it to the music, brilliant, good, smart.
To meet our basic needs and makes them a habit. I will come back to you. I promise. In order to optimize our thinking process, the brain automatizes certain actions so that we are capable of thinking beyond meeting basic needs. In my case, my brain remembered playing League as a successful strategy to socialize because I started playing it with friends. But they actually stopped after about 4 years. After such a long time, my brain was already hardwired with connections between League of Legends and valued social contributions, maybe even a sense of social belonging. So every time I was about to boot up my computer to play League, the mood center of my brain would be swimming in dopamine because firstly, we are talking about a free-to-play game designed to get players hooked and spend their money on skins, but secondly, because my brain thought I was about to do the right thing and socialize. And in a weird way, I believed it too.
That's really interesting, right? Like, it's just tying the socialization to playing the games and getting that's really interesting. Getting like relief from booting it up. I'm confused about using the Hellblade. I'm confused about this.
And makes them a habit. I will come back to you. I promise.
I guess the line kind of ties into being a habit. It just feels you don't really talk about it. Like you're not talking about Hellblade.
Our thinking process, the brain automatizes certain actions so that we are capable of thinking beyond meeting basic needs. In my case, my brain remembered playing League as a successful strategy to socialize because I started playing it with friends. But
yeah, I think you got to be showing League. I think one thing to be careful about is getting too cute with it. Especially in the style of video you're doing, because like using a line where she says I'll come back for you in a video where you're not talking about Hellblade, like you're not, if you were talking about like the I don't know. Yeah, if you're talking about Hellblade or replaying single player games, that would make sense to me. But you're talking like showing a clip from Hellblade just because it says like I'll come back for you, which does tie into that idea of repetition and being tied to a game and wanting to come back to it. You're right. It does thematically have some similarities, but I think it's a few two steps far removed because people are trying to watch you talk about competitive games. So then to have this voice clip from a single player game that has nothing to do with the topic at hand, aside from, having a line that sounds similar, I think is just going to be confusing to a lot of people and a little too far off. I think my problem in general is that I haven't played that many games. I just don't know how many clips/scenes from games that I can choose from. Fair. I just don't know that you need a clip from anything. Yeah, I think using a clip like this from anything is going to be a little distracting where all you need is to show league footage. All you need is to show what you're talking about. But yeah. And especially, I think you have more visual stuff later. Yeah. Anyway. I would just be careful with that. I would just be careful because the other thing is like Hellblade's a pretty obscure game. Like when people use clips from stuff to inject voice lines that are kind of thematically similar to what they're talking about, I feel like comedically is usually how I see it done, right? I usually see Girlfriend Reviews very famous for this, of like using clips from The Office or using clips from various films, movies, TV shows, whatever. Films and movies are the same thing. Movies, TV shows, whatever. And it's usually popular clips that people recognize that fit thematically, right? But like most people who click this video, I just don't feel like will understand Hellblade. So I think they'll just be kind of confused and it's not a relevant enough game to have people be like, yeah, of course Zolty Boy would include a clip from it. So yeah, I think what I'm noticing is with the No Man's Sky thing, I think, and this is a good thing, but you have to be careful with it. I think the way your brain is wired, you create emotional connections to things and can see like just the deep themes of various topics and find these connections between works that like are very personal, that are very personal to you and how you view them. And that's a really good thing to have, and that's going to make you a lot of really good videos. But you have to be careful with how you use that sort of connection, because if it isn't the focus of the video and it isn't like specifically explained that these are the connections you're making, and you're just using it to communicate information, you're essentially trying to speak a language that only you speak, right? Which is how you view No Man's Sky. You're essentially trying to speak a language that you speak, and maybe some other people, but like is a smaller pool to put your ideas forward. And when you're just using it for shorthand of stuff, it's gonna come off as a little confusing and seem off the point. When you're using that as the core of what you're talking about, which, make a No Man's Sky video about loneliness, right? then you get to pull all those things out and show these emotional connections you're making between your life and other things through that. But when you're using that as shorthand for language, a lot of people are going to be a little confused by it, I think. Definitely also have this thing where I will intentionally use footage from more obscure games because I sort of want to shine a light on them. True. Sometimes it might be not entirely explained. Yeah. That can be hard to know the connection of stuff. It is, yeah. And sometimes you can frame it in a way where it's very, very obvious, like that a game might have a connection, but it can be hard. Need to communicate through game footage in a way that is more understandable for viewers that don't necessarily know it. Yeah. And it's okay. Like, I think, again, I think the way you look at games and the way games make you feel is such an incredibly valuable perspective, you know, and I think that can get you really far. But just making sure that you're not confusing people with that perspective is important.
Important to me that nobody lost their temper during a match so that we could focus on our common goal to achieve victory. Whenever I was upset, I just suppressed what normally makes people rage. But despite the effort, those people could have been bots and it wouldn't have made a difference. It wasn't socializing anymore, it was pretending to socialize.
All hail true and facts. Dopamine
Our
good.
brain doesn't only reward us with dopamine, we actually receive a flood of the good stuff beforehand to motivate us to take action. Despite how hungry we are, if it wasn't for the dopamine that makes us grab some food every now and then, we would actually starve to death.
I don't know that this footage use, this text use is all that effective. A little too small, not like centralized enough. If you want to draw attention to it, you know, make it bigger. Show like an actual quote.
Despite how hungry we are, if it wasn't for the dopamine
Blur the
that
background
makes us
fully.
grab some food
I mean, you
now
kind
and
of
then,
seems like
we
you
would
have a nice
actually-
like line of blur, which is actually kind of interesting. That's an interesting approach, but I think it needs to be bigger, and have an actual quote.
Despite how hungry we are, if it wasn't for the dopamine that makes us grab some food every now and then, we would actually starve to death. It doesn't mean we wouldn't like food or couldn't enjoy the taste and aroma of food. It's just that we wouldn't care enough to actively do anything to still our hunger. I don't say there is absolutely no correlation between needs, taste, preference, and the point at which our motivation spikes, but the dopamine is what makes us do stuff. It's the reason drug addicts, or any kind of addicts for that matter, often describe their situation as the feeling of not being in control of their own body, or as being enslaved to a substance they consume.
Yeah, I know one of your concerns was just you in general. I think it's substantial, and I think your writing largely makes sense. It's just about having your video footage match your voice. I don't think your voice sounds hoarse. Yeah, you have an accent, but it like I don't think that's a problem. Like, you know, I think you have a nice voice that feels soothing, and yeah, it's good. I wouldn't be worried about that.
You can be mindful and dislike bad things all you want, but as soon as the dopamine kicks in, you are much more likely to act irrationally. And let's be honest here, we have all experienced this phenomenon countless times. We are simply so good at rationalizing our own actions, we don't even notice when we are doing it. When we pull out our phone and check for new messages, we think about what we could have missed out on. The moment we recognize something tasty that's bad for us on a billboard, we start thinking about all the reasons why we earned a treat today. We need a reason for literally everything we do,
Fuck.
and if there is
Calling
none,
me out,
well,
Zoltan
then
boy.
we think of one. When I say I was addicted to a game, I mean I was lying to myself on a daily basis. I convinced myself so many times that playing League for hours and hours would be something useful, so much that I started prioritizing it above everything else.
Yeah, these are some
It
good
became
tracks.
this huge part of my identity that I lost all at once as my computer got taken away. If I were to give advice about how not to turn into somebody like past me, I would say always have a variety of strategies you can apply when dealing with stress. Be mindful about your media consumption. Whenever you try out a new game, note how it makes you feel and what it makes you think about. Whenever you choose to play in your leisure time, acknowledge your emotional state and pick up a type of game that has already proved to benefit you while you were in a similar mood.
No, we were saying it's not that the titles are bad. The titles are good. It's more that like the hey Matt, it's more that it was lacking a proper transition sentence, and on one of them, mainly just this first one or the second one, it felt like the transition happened too quickly, and then had a better transition just a few seconds later. It was more about the writing of transitions, but I do think these later ones have been more successful.
If nothing seems to work out, try out new stuff, just avoid predominantly dopamine-based solutions. For example, in May, I came across a very special indie game called Kind Words. It's far from being my favorite game, and it's not really entertaining at all, but it turned out to be very helpful in situations where I was feeling down. A few weeks ago, I learned about Iyashikei media from Screen Therapy. It's a genre designed for people in need of emotional healing. I don't know a lot about how it works, but I'm excited to find out by experiencing its effects on me the next time I feel down and too comfortable to leave the house.
Nice.
So, have I
Nice
stopped
video.
playing competitive games altogether, you might ask? Well, I think it's too early for me to say they are the past, and that's also not really what I aim for. I think I have finally understood what I gain from competitive multiplayer games and when to play them. As for now, they seem to be too big of a threat to my well-being and kind of a waste of time if I'm being honest. I literally feel better when doing just about anything else. A well-composed atmosphere and skillful storytelling through purposeful game elements have been more appealing to me lately. Mentally challenging single-player games like Hellblade or Hollow Knight are my jam right now, and I also find
Smart
games
and
relieving
true.
to finish. I think it's just
They
as
should be your
important for
jam.
us to say goodbye and let our favorite ones go as it is to experience them fully. In my opinion, if we distance ourselves from something physically or mentally, we get a better perspective on what impact it has on our lives, making us either appreciate it more or understand our own criticism towards it. As for passively justifying our own actions, I don't think we will ever be able to say goodbye to that one. Listening to our gut feelings, thinking...
Yeah, so to go back on all this, I think Steve's fine. Don't voice is fine. Yeah. Voiceover a little echoey. Yeah, you could probably yeah. You could probably get a little closer to your mic. Also, I don't know the space you're recording in, but just bump some pillows around that. I've built myself a little booth for my shit now, but if you just like take your microphone, set it on a desk, pile 3 pillows to its left, 3 pillows to the right, throw a blanket over it, put like a towel beneath it, like under it, so that the wood of your desk is covered, and then just get right up in it, your quality, your sound quality will improve so much. It will improve so much. It is the smallest. It's inexpensive, easy. It's a little dumb looking, but it will make your shit way less echoey and feel a lot warmer. Also, to go back, yeah, I know you had these mental connections with Hellblade, but like, and again, it's kind of spoilery shots that aren't necessarily given contextual spoilers, but is it worth it to show potential spoilers or things people might view as potential spoilers to have that like narrative through line of like the I'll come back to you and goodbye, in something that's unrelated? The answer is no. The answer is that is not worth it. The answer is potentially losing people by saying that there's Hellblade spoilers or including stuff that could potentially be seen as Hellblade spoilers for like a very kind of small vocal bit. It just won't be worth it for you because it's not really adding to your point, because this video is not about Hellblade at all. I think if this video were about Hellblade, talking about the themes of it, those 2 clips would be amazing and perfect for it, or for what you're talking about. But you don't mention Hellblade by name until the end. So yeah, I respect the big like thematic ideas that are clearly playing in your head. But just be careful with it, because it doesn't seem like it's going to benefit you. Try that again. Don't have sound treatment, but I record in my closet and use my clothes. Yeah. Blanket, clothes, all that works.
And acting irrationally is a fundamentally human behavior, but we have to acknowledge that behavior as our own and take responsibility for it. I mean, hell, rationalizing decisions is literally what made me do this video. I wasn't satisfied with how I wasted a big chunk of my life on games I don't even like anymore, so I took this story and reinterpreted it in a way that makes me actually grow from my negative decisions instead of merely regretting making them in the first place.
Good video.
Thank you for watching this.
Good video. I think you got a lot of promise. I think it's about toning in your idea, or toning, that's the wrong word. I think it's about reeling in your ideas a bit. And clearly to me, and maybe I'm wrong, you can tell me if I'm wrong. Clearly, you have thoughts about Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice. You know, clearly you have thoughts about No Man's Sky and interesting things to say about both of those games. And you use them as kind of language in this, but a lot of people won't understand that language. The move, instead of trying to kind of put those ideas right into a video that's unrelated mostly, is just make that video. Make that video about Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice. Don't let ideas from it slip into stuff that isn't really going to benefit from it, and in fact that you might lose viewers, right? You're just going to lose viewers, right? You're going to lose viewers when you say why I stopped playing competitive games and then show spoilers for Hellblade. And you don't want that. Because the Hellblade is not an important part of this video at all. And my guess is you had these big ideas about Hellblade and you just wanted to talk about it. I've done it too. I've included stuff because I just wanted to talk about it and it didn't benefit me. It happens to all of us. But just be careful with it. Just make that video. Just make that video about it. But yeah, I like it. I think this video, again, main points: footage that is showing what you're talking about. Let our dumb brains work a little better for that. Making sure your transitions actually are lining up. That you're not starting a new section while a different point is still kind of hanging in the wind. Make sure that in general you're not stretching too far, kind of the narrative visual language you're using to be too personal. Just make those videos. Yeah, some of those tips with microphone stuff could be a benefit. Yeah, those are the big things. I really like how this is a mixture of kind of talking about how games work, talking about your personal experiences with them, and also bringing in like bringing in like psychological studies to back up the ideas you're saying. You know, talking a fair bit about like how dopamine affects our brain and how the things we interact with like creates dopamine. That's really interesting. And it's a good mixture of like, here's personally how I feel about it, and here's like the scientific reason that I'm pushed in these ways and that all of us are pushed in these ways. I think it's a really great perspective. Excited to see more. I think you have a great angle on stuff. And yeah, I think it's the next step is just reeling it in a bit, focusing it and pushing forward. Cool. I think that was a pretty successful feedback stream. What do you think? I feel pretty good about it. We got through what, like 7? Yeah, your thumbnails are fire. Your thumbnails are fire. Yeah, I hope people learn some stuff. I don't know. I think it's useful to go through stuff and examine what people do and how people do it and what could be done different. I'm thinking about doing a stream that is not that I want to stop these feedback streams. I plan to keep doing them for a while. But I was thinking of doing a stream that is kind of a more general tips thing. Like, it's stealing an idea from Ludwig. Look, half of my stream content is stolen from other streamers. But the idea being, The idea being just kind of a breakdown of like advice for people trying to make video essays. Yeah, and it go into the nitty gritty of stuff. It would go from everything of like programs to use, how to market yourself, how to structure a good video essay, and how to not go crazy trying to be a video essayist. I think that'd be a fun stream, and I don't know. One of the most common questions I get is, do you have any tips? Do you have any tips on how to do YouTube stuff? And I obviously, people who watch my scripts, show us all scripts, I have a whole idea for that. Yeah. So I did this on Patreon. I read out one of my scripts from a few years ago, gave some on-the-fly critiques. I won't read that one to you, chat, because that's for patrons. Pay the $2. pay the $2 fucking dollars, okay? But I will read some other ones I'm thinking on screen. Maybe I was thinking maybe that'd be a different one than this. Because this idea, the tips or whatever, would be different. It wouldn't really be like how I started. It'd be just how to establish a channel, how to feel good about a channel, and what you should be trying to do. But yeah, I do want to. I have a handful of scripts from the old days. A handful of scripts from the old days that I never made because they're bad and dumb. And I think it'd be fun to go in. I want to do, okay, this would be a separate stream. I want to do a stream called I Miss the Old Raz, which would be looking at old scripts, old branding, and all that stuff. I've been doing critiques of other stuff. It's largely video essays just because that's what I know the most, and I think that's what people probably would want to hear from me. But some people have posted stream highlights and other things. So if you have other things you might want me to look at, feel free. Go ahead. Shoot them my way. But yeah. I miss the old Raz who likes fast travel. Never existed. But yeah. So those are probably going to be two different streams. But yeah, I want to make like a whole PowerPoint about creating good video essays, talk some about creating decent thumbnails. Granted, I don't think I'm the best at it, but I can create stuff that's fine. And I can identify stuff that needs work, even when it's my own stuff. But yeah, just talk about all that stuff. Thumbnails, titling, all that. Yeah, he's going to be doing one for that. So I would definitely recommend checking that stuff out. Posted a Grinch just because it's your birthday, dude. Happy birthday, man. Welcome to 30, bro. Yeah, any feedback would be useful. Yeah, so I like doing these feedback streams so I can dive specifically and kind of do an audit to the best of my ability of people's channels. I think that is nice. The old heads know. The old heads know Raz's old channel art. But yeah, I want to have a more general thing. So when people say, Raz, do you have any tips? I can point them to the highly edited YouTube version of that stream. That'll be the plan. That's how things will go. So, yeah. I don't know when I'll do that. Right now, the plan, let's see. Obviously, Sunday is Hollow Knight Sunday. Chat, I made a promise to only play Hollow Knight on the weekends. I want to play it so fucking bad. Dude, I just want... I almost started a new file. And it was just like, I'm going to replay it from the beginning again. Thursday, what can we do Thursday, chat? We gotta fill in some content for Thursday. I really have nothing potentially that I could do. No ideas. The buck ends. Steve, I would not be ready to race you in 2 days. I do not have time to practice in 2 days. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But yeah, obviously, as always, the race against Steve will be this Thursday. The race against Steve will be this Thursday. Hollow Knight Sunday. What I learned from playing Hollow Knight on Sundays only. Dude, it'll happen, Steve. I promise it'll happen. Son, we'll see a ball game soon. All right. We'll see a ball game soon. I promise. I promise. I don't know what a good plan for Thursday would be. I do want to finish Firewatch on stream. I don't know if people want to watch me finish Firewatch on stream, but I started it, which makes me think I need to finish it. What do you think, chat? Yeah, I've played it before, but I want to finish it to get footage for it. Firewatch is amazing. True. Bold and true. Anyway, we'll figure out Thursday. Sunday, obviously Hollow Knight Sunday. It might be the last Hollow Knight Sunday. Maybe. I got a fair amount of things to clean up. But honestly, it's getting close to the end. Getting close to the end. Firewatch mine. So I'll watch Firewatch. True and fair. We'll figure something out for Thursday. Sunday is Hollow Knight Sunday. Next Tuesday, chat. Next Tuesday is the song bracket. The best song in video games bracket. I'm working through the list, choosing the finalists. And everyone's going to be mad. It's going to be great. I have 8. I have 8 chosen. Would you like to be spoiled on the 8 that I have chosen to, do I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Would you like to be spoiled on the 8 that I have chosen? Kind of do, yes. All right, here are the 8. One of them. This is in no order other than what I put. We have Dearly Beloved from Kingdom Hearts. We have Escape from the City Escape, Sonic Adventure 2. We have Gusty Galaxy from Super Mario Galaxy. This one, a bit of a homer pick. A bit of a homer pick, but it's hard to go with anything else. Reflection from Hollow Knight. Crosses and Lua should win. Lua, yeah, I mean, I think both are probably in Life is Strange. Sure, yeah, fuck it. All right, Reflection from Hollow Knight. Pling Pling Plong from Dark Souls. Gwyn's thing. One Final Effort from Halo 3. Snake Eater from Metal Gear Solid 3. And ba-ba-ba-ba ba-da-ba-da-da-da from Undertale. Those are the 8 we got. That's half the list. It's hard to narrow it down. But I think it's a solid 8. It's a solid 8. Snake Eater from Snake Pass. I think it's a pretty solid 8. Anyway, chat, this has been a lot of fun. I gotta go. It's almost 7 o'clock. This is too long of a stream. Yeah, it's been fun. We'll do this again in March. Wait, it's March. We'll do this again in April. We will do it again next month. Until then, though, I will be back Thursday. Back Thursday with something. Something fun. Excuse me. We're going to raid VZ. He's playing Stardew Valley. Anyway, chat. Much love, much appreciation for those of you that got feedback. Hope it was helpful. Hope you can find useful ways to add it to your stuff and how you approach things. It is VZ's birthday. So show VZ a lot of love. Give him some follows. Maybe drop some primers. All right? I know you normally save the primers for me, obviously. But yeah, show some love. Have a great day and night. I will see you Thursday. Miss Fushi, shit. Hey, everyone to Miss Fushi's audience, thank you so much. We are ending stream. We are going to raid VZ right now, though, and it's VZ's birthday. So all this energy you have for me, save it. Save it for someone more deserving. It's just another stupid day for me, but it's VZ's birthday. Thank you all for stopping by. I mean, feel free to follow me, you know. My name's Raz. I make YouTube videos, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, have fun hanging out with VZ. Thank you so much for the raid. I apologize on the timing. Have a great day and or night. And I will see you next time. Bye.